mentioning a matter, appellate side matter under constant situation, my lord, with regard to item number 739, lordship. The veranda of the old dilapidated building has been collapsed yesterday and also day before yesterday. This is the pictures, lordship. Kindly see, my lord.
What is to be done? What do you want in your writ petition?
Demolish the dilapidated building and reconstruction.
Very well, it will appear. Give notice.
Lordship. My lord, corporation advocate.
Who is there?
I am appealing for the KMC.
KMC.
Yes.
Lordship.
Very well. Come on Monday.
May I have lordship's kind leave to mention one matter, lordship. One unauthorized construction, lordship. Today's list, the matter is running 144, lordship.
What can be done?
Lordship, the ingress and egress has been blocked, and they have already made two-story building, lordship.
Why did you wait for the building to come up to the second story? Why did you not come earlier?
The authority did not take any steps, lordship.
Please wait for some time. Yes.
Correction.
What is the correction?
One date, madam.
Date.
2007,
Order dated?
2007. The order dated is 25th of April.
Very well, give. Which side?
Already said.
Call the list, please. The writ petition has been disposed of by directing the municipal commissioner and the concerned officer of the Heritage Conservation Committee to take a decision on the representation filed by the petitioner in May 2022. And prior to taking a decision in the matter, the municipal commissioner, through his delegate and a competent officer of the Heritage Conservation Committee, shall conduct spot inspection of the property upon prior notice to the necessary parties to ascertain the structural health of the subject structure. The report of the spot inspection shall be circulated and a hearing shall be given.
Deeply obliged. Oh.
The order will be put up in the server. Check up the details. Usual order. Same. Same order. Same. Same.
My lord, I'm constrained to mention one matter before my lordships. Lordships, this is pertaining to a demolition notice which has been issued during the pendency of a statutory appeal before the building tribunal, my lord. The appeal is pending, lordship. The corporation is also participating in that appeal.
Is participating?
Yes, they are participating.
Yes.
They've entered appearance. They have issued a demolition notice that they will demolish my property on the 15th. That is Monday, lordship, at 11:30 a.m. Lordship, kindly, I'm praying for leave to file.
But then if the matter is pending before the tribunal, why are you here? Why can you not approach the tribunal for necessary orders?
Lordship, the next date of the tribunal.
Maybe the next date is later on.
Lordship, we had approached the tribunal. The tribunal has said that that on that particular date, the corporation advocate did not appear. They said, I cannot help you. You get your relief from the higher forum. Lordship, I'm kindly praying for my lord's leave.
The tribunal has directed.
Lordship, they've not passed any. It's orally have been said that we cannot do anything right now. If
Did
the
you
demolition,
mention the matter before the tribunal?
yes, your lordship.
Is it mentioned in the averments?
Lordship, it is mentioned in the averments, lordship.
And has it
Also
been
given
affirmed?
notice. Lordship, I've also given notice to the corporation. I've also told them that you are participating. You are already
Not
participating
the
in the
corporation. Did you draw attention of the tribunal or not?
lordship. I told the tribunal that I've
Is it mentioned in the writ petition? Is there a specific averment?
lordship. There is a specific government lordship that I've specified before the tribunal. Lordship, I was not entertained. Lordship, kindly grants me leave, lordship, so that I'm
Very
able
well.
to
Which side?
lordship appellate side, lordship,
Very well. Leave granted. It will appear on Monday. Serve.
lordship. Lordship, one thing, lordship. The only difficulty is, lordship, Monday they are coming to demolish at 11:30
You
a.m.
file it.
Lordship.
Serve. Let us see what can be
Lordship.
done.
My lord, one indulgence in respect of item number 28.
This is not the time to mention.
This has come at my instance, my lord. I have filed an application for my addition of party in a pending matter in which my lord was pleased to direct certain directions regarding the demolition of the unauthorized construction. The last order which was lordship passed, my lord, that is the order of dated, my lord, 28th of April. Your lordship directed the police, my lord, to vacate, to get the premises vacated and to give a report, my lord, after demolition, my lord, at page 48. That is the order. This case, my lord, arises out of the situation, my lord, that initially this Tofijul Hogg, who is the petitioner before in the writ petition, initially he came to this court. His contention was that, my lord, he has been defrauded. He purchased a flat in the property which is said to be unauthorized. And then, my lord, your lordship directed to consider his representation upon giving hearing to all interested parties. I am also purchaser of my clients are also purchasers of the flat, certain flats. Now, my lord, thereafter, my lord, the corporation, my lord, considered the issue, but the no notice was given to us. But, my lord, the petitioner again, my lord, approached the division bench. In the division bench, my lord, the corporation, my lord, said that the proceeding has been initiated. Well, I had no knowledge about the proceedings and the representation, how it is considered, and no notice was given to considering the interested parties in the premises. Then the division bench said that when the proceeding has been initiated, it was disposed of to consider. The special officer building, they considered the demolition proceeding, and the person concerned, of course, they have possibly fled away. The person who is the developer of the properties, they have fled away possibly. Only the matter was heard in presence of the complainant. Then the order of demolition was passed. Now, my lord, I had no knowledge. The petitioner, my lord, it was informal, the locally, my lord, it was opened and declared that the premises has to be vacated and it is to be demolished. Now, my client in apprehension, my lord, approached the civil court. And my client, my lord, approached the civil court, and my lord, they have obtained an injunction, my lord, order, which was, my lord, extended, my lord, further. My lord, that is the
You
protection.
approached the civil court against whom?
But against the actions were threatening by the police to get the premises vacated without, my lord, issuing notice. They are
The
considering,
defendant is the state authorities.
my lord,
The
state and
defendant
also the corporation.
and the your seller vendor is not a party.
But vendor is a party. All are parties. All are parties. Well, therefore, my lord, my lord, made that was the certain protection was given to me, my lord. But in the meantime, since my lord was
And
pleased
the
to,
portion that you are occupying, is it authorized or?
but I cannot say, my lord. You see, it could be said to be unauthorized. But thing is this, my lord, as that of the petitioner also, my lord, that the defrauding, my lord, that if it is considered that it is to be demolished, then, my lord, my case, the payment of the money, purchaser, everything will be not frustrated.
Why frustrated? You can always sue your developer and
The
everybody.
developer, my lord, now you also seen, my lord, the developer money is not there. Therefore, my lord, in certain cases, the court, my lord, also, my lord, called upon the developers to be present, my lord, and your lordship passes an appropriate order, so that even in the event, my lord, it is to be demolished, then the persons who has purchased the property, my lord, to be, my lord, sufficiently, my lord, protected in certain way. But at the present moment, my lord, that I was not given a hearing. This is a position,
Show
but I
me
am
your
protected.
plaint. Please show me your plaint.
My lord, plaint is, my lord, is that page. I am showing, my lord, two things, my lord, the plaint and also the order.
Order I have seen.
Plaint, my lord, is that page. 30, my lord.
Is page 59 also. 2022 executive engineer. Yes, I've seen.
My lord. Well, this is the position, my lord.
Where is the order? Show me.
The order is at page 17. Yeah. 17. 17. My lord.
Order of the civil court.
At page, my lord, 17.
7. When did you purchase the property? Have you annexed your deed of sale?
It has not been annexed. It has been annexed here.
When did you purchase?
7 years, almost 7 years before.
7 years. Would the petitioner like to say anything?
My lord, I am for the petitioner.
Yes.
Tafi. Now, my lord, if my lord will see, they cannot produce the my lord deed of sale because it was on the basis of a notary.
There is no formal deed of
No,
sale.
it is there in the averment, page 33. Page 33, paragraph 4. Notarized deed. Paragraph 4. Now, my lord, then my lord, how he is claiming as a owner, my lord, it is very difficult to understand. Now, another thing that I want to point out, my lord, this is a suit for injunction. Now, under section 400, subsection 5, the civil court jurisdiction is specifically barred, excluded by that provision, that in case of any suit against the action for demolition, that is not maintainable before the civil court. If my lord will see that provision, my lord, may I?
Yes. Then
Down as, therefore, my lord, as on date, this order of the civil court, my lord, restraining the respondent, my lord, is a nullity in the eye of law. Therefore, no barrier is there to proceed with the my lord, the demolition. My lord, I am humbly beseeching your lordship. My lord, more than 1.5 years gone, that demolition has not been started till date. When my lord has passed a specific direction, now my lord, one after another, this is coming. Already my lord had in one of the application filed by one of the my lord alleged my lord owner of the building. In that application, my lord has upheld the order of the demolition. I'm showing. Kindly see, my lord. And my lord, kindly consider, my lord, the several paragraphs page 4. And my lord, it was appealed against. In the appeal court, they had given a specific undertaking within 8 weeks, they are going to vacate. Kindly see, my lord. And my lord, the appeal court had not interfered with the my lord's order.
No, this is the interim order. Where is the final order in the appeal?
My lord, this is the against the interim order they had gone, as my lord had not interfered with the order in appeal. In the appeal court, my lord, appeal court had not interfered with the, and in that appeal court, they had given a undertaking that we are going to vacate the.
Where is that?
My lord, I have given that copy. My lord, I am giving another copy, my lord.
No, this is possibly a different order. Where is that
Order
undertaking?
dated 13th of February 2000.
My lord, I
Give.
have given one.
Even after that, possibly this court passed an order?
Yes. Thereafter, again, my lord had
Where is
taken.
that?
I'm showing.
Give all the documents one by one. You are coming
My
up.
lord, it in the
That is your lordship's order dated 28th of April 2020.
That is the order I'm showing to Lordship, my lord.
my lord, that is.
No, no,
That is I'm showing.
That is the last order.
That
My lord,
that was
Lordship,
that
I
I'm
have
showing. Well, after that, my lord,
My
the
lord,
police,
15th
my
of
lord, the-
February, 15th of February order, my lord had taken note of the appeal court order and given a direction that by that time he should come with the compliance regarding
20th
demolition.
April, your ship passed an order, my lord, that they are directing the police authorities to get the premises vacated and to give a report to Lordship's court on 15th of May. This is your Lordship's last order.
Very well, please come.
Now,
Well, only I'm submitting to your Lordship, my lord,
item
one
number
sufficient.
6, item number 6, Lordship, I am for the Lordship petitioner. The Lordship landowner petitioner filed this writ application, being aggrieved by your Lordship's order in Lordship 2697, Lordship. This is Lordship arising of the same dispute.
Yes.
The landlord filed the writ application, Lordship, being aggrieved by the corporation's activity. Lordship, initially your Lordship directed the concerned corporation to Lordship give a hearing to the all the necessary parties, Lordship. Even after your Lordship's order, the demolition order passed, no notice of hearing was served upon the landowner still date, Lordship, and the demolition order was not communicated. Lordship, I want to prefer a appeal, Lordship, before the Lordship tribunal.
What were you doing for so long when the police
Because
has been
Lordship,
directed to vacate the property? All on a
Yes,
sudden you
at that time, Lordship,
rise from your slumber.
I have no knowledge about the Lordship said order, Lordship.
You
of
are the
demolition.
owner.
Kindly consider.
Listen, you are the owner of the premises.
Yes.
You permit the developer to raise construction 2 or 3 blocks, 4 stories without a
3
plan.
blocks, Lordship.
3 blocks without a
blocks.
plan,
I
and
have
you are the owner.
Lordship, I have
Stay there.
Lordship, I have
Only
made
one
apartment,
thing- one
Lordship, kindly
sufficient, my lord.
people, Lordship, kindly take the application.
I will not take anything. The building will be brought down.
Yes, Lordship, item
And
number
it's-
6, Lordship.
The building will be brought down within the day that has been specified in the order, nothing doing.
No, Lordship, in item number 6, if you
Nothing.
kindly consider, Lordship, I have
I
stated
am not going to
everything.
consider.
I have stated everything, kindly consider,
You
Lordship. Thereafter, your Lordship pass any order,
you
Lordship.
state history and geography in your petition. The court is not here to
No,
go
Lordship, I
into all
have,
these
I
things.
have stated that, Lordship, that the
The-
2 building, Lordship, is without sanction plan and without my permission, Lordship. That's
So if it is without your permission, let it be brought down. Where is the
Lordship,
difficulty?
in respect of the petitioner, Lordship, in item number 6, they are the owner. They are staying for a long time from. I can show-
How can you stay? How can you occupy a property without obtaining a regular completion certificate?
No, Lordship, because the building is more than 40 years old, Lordship. I can show you, Lordship, the building tax receipts for the old building, while Lordship, the building was only renovated by the promoter.
Renovated, yes. The court
They are-
knows how renovation is being done.
Now, Lordship, thereafter the another,
My lord,
Lordship, kindly.
Sorry, Mr. Ghosh, nothing doing.
my lord,
There
only
must be a limit.
one sufficient.
This type of constructions cannot be.
I
permitted to
accept
stay.
that, my lord. I only, my lord, I'm submitting to Lordship, my lord, your Lordship, my lord. At least, my lord, your Lordship's order to be complied, acted upon, no doubt about the subsequent order. But the initial order was, my lord, directions, my lord, upon the authorities, my lord, to consider his representative
Appeal
upon
court-
hearing all the parties interested. That was not done. The initially wrong was communicated,
Even if
committed.
it's a wrong order
But
passed. the
then,
appeal
your
court
Lordship, can
has
see, my
affirmed
lord,
it.
I, my lord, approached the civil
Go
court.
to the Supreme Court. nothing doing.
Maybe the order cannot stand, but the thing is this, my lord, judicial disciplines are to be maintained.
Yes, judicial discipline will be maintained, don't worry. The petitioners, not petitioners, the applicants claim to be purchasers of certain flats. Of a construction at 182A/2, Picnic Garden Road, Ward number 67, Borough 7 of the Kolkata Municipal Corporation. Stop. The flats in question were constructed in an unauthorized manner, and the special officer passed an order of demolition of the subject structure by an order dated 11th April 2022. Stop. The special officer building has recorded in the order that there is massive unauthorized construction of 4-storied building with 3 blocks without obtaining sanction. Notice for stop construction issued on 26th October 2016. But ignoring this stop work notice, construction work has been done. Proceeding under section 400 within bracket 1 of the KMC Act 1980 was initiated, and the order of demolition was passed. Stop. Next. As the order of demolition was not acted upon, the complainant moved this court by filing writ petition. Stop. The court directed the respondent authorities to take steps for demolition of the unauthorized construction. Stop. An appeal was carried against the order passed by the learned single judge. Before the Honorable Division Bench, the persons responsible sought time for vacating the subject structure. Stop. Even after expiry of the said period, as the authorities did not take steps for vacating, for demolition of the construction, the court by order dated (28th of April 2023) directed the Deputy Commissioner of Police within bracket SSD to take steps for vacating the subject premises on and from May 10th, 2023, and to ensure that the premises is completely vacated by 14th May 2023. Stop. The demolition squad of the Kolkata Municipal Corporation was directed to be ready at the spot on the aforesaid dates so that the vacating and the demolition proceeding could continue side by side. Stop. The demolition proceeding was directed to continue till the entire unauthorized portion is demolished. Stop. Next. According to the petitioners, they purchased the property with valuable consideration and without consideration and are residing there for quite some time. Stop. The petitioners contend that the corporation ought not to demolish the subject structure without affording an opportunity of hearing to the occupiers. Stop. There has been violation of the principles of natural justice. Stop. Next. It has been submitted that the petitioners filed a title suit before the learned court below and was successful in obtaining an order of injunction restraining the defendants from demolishing and evicting the plaintiffs within bracket the petitioners herein from the suit properties in any manner or form otherwise than through the due process of law. Stop. Next. Copy of the plaint is annexed to the application filed by the applicants. Stop. It appears therefrom that in the plaint, the plaintiffs have averred that they purchased the flats in cash without registration upon notarized documents of transfer. Stop. Soon after the purchase, the plaintiffs got possession of the flat units. Stop. Next. Prayer has been made to allow the petitioners an opportunity of hearing prior to demolishing the subject structure. Stop. Next. From the documents annexed to the application and the writ petition from which the application has been filed, it appears that the subject structure is an absolute unauthorized one. Stop. The petitioners do not have any right, title, and interest in respect of the structure, relying upon notarized documents. Stop. The learned court below quite consciously passed the order of injunction, clearly mentioning that the plaintiffs may not be, that the subject structure may not be demolished otherwise than through the process of law. Stop. Next. In the instant case, the property in question is being demolished in accordance with the order passed by the competent authority. Stop. Next. The court in a separate writ petition filed at the instance of one Muhammad Faizauddin and others. Please check the spelling.
But it is item number 2.
Very good. And others versus State of West Bengal and others in WPA 2101 of 2023 in respect of the same premises clearly held that there can be no violation of the principles of natural justice in not issuing notice to the petitioners, as no right in their favor accrued on account of flats constructed contrary to the provisions of law. None can claim any legal right in respect of a structure which has been constructed without following the municipal laws. It was the duty and obligation of the purchaser to make thorough searches prior to purchase and to inquire as to whether the structure was at all constructed in accordance with the relevant laws. Stop. If a construction is purchased without the necessary searches and the parties having knowledge of the defects of the same, purchase the same, then they are bound to suffer the consequences, which may appear to be harsh and painful. Stop. The court clearly held that a construction which is made without following the due provision of law cannot be permitted to stand. And thereafter, the court passed direction for implementing the order of demolition. Stop. Next. It appears that the petitioner herein stands in the same footing as Muhammad Faizauddin and others. Stop. The court is not inclined to interfere with the application. Stop. The application stands dismissed. The Kolkata Municipal Corporation shall take steps to conclude the demolition proceeding within the timeline as fixed by the court.
But unless it is vacated by the police authorities, it is very difficult for us to carry
That
out
order
the
is already there, my lord.
Police is there.
Yes,
That is
28th
already.
April order, Malot has specifically
Ah,
directed
yes.
to vacate.
There was a direction upon the Deputy Commissioner of Police. Is he there?
But on 10th of
Malot,
10th of
They
May,
are-
we went there with the police authorities, but the police authorities failed to vacate the premises. As a result, we have to return back without demolishing.
I did not get you.
And on 10th of May, we went there with the police authorities for carrying out the demolition work as per your lordship's order, but the police authorities failed to vacate,
Failed to vacate.
my lord. That is why we could not carry out the demolition work or start with the demolition work. We have to return empty-handed.
It has been submitted by the learned advocate representing the Kolkata Municipal Corporation that though the police was present at the spot, but as the police failed to vacate the subject structure, the demolition order could not be implemented. Stop. Next. Paragraph. It appears that by order dated 28th April 2023, the court directed the Deputy Commissioner of Police to seek additional police force from the Commissioner of Police if required. Stop. The court fails to understand as to why adequate police force was not sought for from the Commissioner of Police for vacating the unauthorized structure. Stop. Next. The police is obliged to take steps for vacating the structure in question in aid of demolition of the same, as an unauthorized construction can certainly not be permitted to stand if the same is illegally occupied by the occupants. Stop. The occupants of the subject structure, including the petitioner, is directed to immediately vacate the subject premises. Otherwise, the police will be left with no other alternative but to use force for vacating the subject premises.
My lord,
Yes,
on the last occasion, my lord, the names of the state advocates have not been recorded. Names have vanished.
were you there? I didn't see
Yes,
you.
yes, Mr. Amitesh Banerjee, Mrs. Rupsha Chakraborty, myself, Raja Shah, everybody were there.
Everybody were there.
Everybody, four, my lord, 4 appearances.
4 appearances. Now everything is live recorded. Then the officer has to
Yes,
go
yes.
and check whether you are there or not. And
Yes,
then the names have
Mr.
to be
Banerjee made illustrious submissions.
because very well.
Mr. Amitesh Banerjee made
Because previously I used to permit, but once live streaming has started,
kindly see.
councils who are not there,
Hmm.
their names will not be recorded.
No, no, my
It
lord,
does
we were
not
there.
look good that the counseling is appearing in some other court and the appearance
No,
will be recorded
No,
over
no, no, we are here.
So anybody who is there, their names
Yes,
will be
yes, yes.
recorded, otherwise no.
Mr. Amitesh Banerjee made illustrious submissions. Hmm.
It has been submitted by the learned advocate representing the state respondents that even though they were present before the court on 28th of April 2023, when the order was passed, but their names, but their appearances have not been recorded. Stop. Next, let the appearances of record the names such and such advocates be recorded in the order dated such and such.
Very deeply impressed.
If your lordship kindly take
You
the,
please request the police so that they can
They're
act.
standing with kerosene cans, my lord, to pour upon themselves. What can we do?
The police has to tackle themselves. They cannot go
No,
hide
no,
under
before
the
night
table.
Something will happen.
There is a limit. They should stand tall and not hide under the tables
No,
and
no, they are
cots
not
and
hiding.
everything.
They went there, my lord, already.
Yes, please tell them.
Yes.
if your lordship
Next
kindly
matter.
take the item number 6, lordship, this similar issue.
Stayed.
No,
Same order.
lordship, only I will show your lordship only one document.
I will not see any document. If the building is unauthorized, it is bound to go.
Building lordship, the rest 2 buildings, actually what happened lordship, the promoter and the developer lordship put my signature. Your lordship knows that if we did not,
Signature.
if we did not
So what
sign,
about
if,
the money?
if I did not
What
sign,
about the money?
it is a totally notarized document lordship. And if your lordship kindly consider, if I did not sign, what can be happen with me lordship?
What can happen? It's your property.
They will forcefully lordship occupy. And what
Forcefully
happened?
occupy.
Forcefully occupy and forcefully lordship constructed the building.
Where are we staying? There is no rule of law.
Now lordship kindly consider lordship one
By
document.
force, it has been done. Did you lodge a single complaint?
That is
Did you lodge a single
That-
complaint before what is going on from 2016?
and
And in 2023, you suddenly come and say that they have forced you to put the signature.
because lordship
What
from
steps
since
did you take?
2016 lordship, because I can show your lordship some document.
Sorry,
Because
sir, I'm not going to hear
Only,
you.
only one document lordship, only one document. And I can show us, your lordship also
see the
some.
file? Yes.
Page 15 lordship. My tax receipt lordship, I have others documents
Payment
lordship.
of tax in respect of
Because-
a structure constructed unauthorizedly.
No,
Does it
what-
legalize the same?
What happened lordship, I can show you
Can you
lordship.
first say yes or no?
No lordship.
It
But
is
lordship,
no.
I can show you lordship prior document lordship before 1980 also.
How big was the structure in
Because lordship, the
1980?
structure was lordship,
How
just-
big was the structure in 1980?
Two-story.
2-story. Now it is?
it is 3-story. Because in respect of the landowner's building,
It is 3-storied.
landowner's building, rest to structure lordship, I admitted everything.
How many columns, how many towers were there then?
3 blocks. 3 blocks lordship. Out,
Then also in
but
1980?
no, but the
No.
lordship, rest 2 blocks, this is raised after 2016.
Yes. Which
Rest 2
one?
blocks.
How many towers were there when you constructed
Single
it?
building lordship.
Single building,
Because
2
lordship, it is my
stories.
predecessor building lordship, 2-story, along with the other landowners lordship, I residing there. Lordship, my father used to pay the tax. Since long, more than lordship, they are saying lordship, more than 50 years they are staying lordship. We can
So the
show-
portion which will be demolished is the unauthorized portion. And it is not your portion that will be
But
demolished.
lordship, the corporation lordship, without any inspection, the order has been passed. And what your lordship has been directed in lordship, item number WPA number 2697/2020. Lordship to directed all the parties to give a natural hearing to kindly consider your lordship's order only once, lordship. Page 26, lordship. And how the order has been passed, demolition order has been passed by the concerned corporation, lordship. They cannot.
Is this the forum where you can challenge the order
But
of
lordship,
demolition?
only in respect of my building, lordship, I am praying. The rest of the building, lordship, I made every apartment. I made every
Let the
apartment.
corporation go and demolish the others, you come later on. Let us see what happens to the other portions, then we will see.
Then lordship, kindly item number 6, lordship, kindly pass any, after lordship vacation, kindly let the matter, lordship, for hearing. I can show your lordship every document, lordship.
I can post it after the vacation, but then mind you, no interim orders.
Lordship, kindly take it tomorrow, lordship.
You
Kindly
can't
direct
take
the,
it tomorrow. Let the demolition be done, then I'll take your matter.
Yes, my lord, I'm
if
getting.
lordship, the building is demolished, lordship, I have, lordship, no other alternative.
You
lordship.
come here, I'll see.
I am only praying, lordship, for
Let
protection.
them demolish
If-
at least
if my-
one brick.
If my,
Let one brick be demolished, then I'll see what to do.
because lordship, my building also included in the demolition order, lordship.
Let us see.
That is unauthorized construction. They are going to demolish the unauthorized
That is
construction.
not,
What
lordship,
is his
what the
concern?
allegation. And the allegation
What
was
is his
made by the
concern?
petitioner, why the
The
police has been-
demolition will start from the top. Let it come down to the second
And
floor, then
and
I'll see.
lordship, what happened, lordship, the why police has been returned, the petitioner can answer better because they have considered with the lordship, the lead petitioner in lordship item number 24263. That's why lordship, the police has been returned.
Now let us see what the police will
And
do.
lordship, kindly, the matter will lordship appear, lordship, item number 6, lordship.
It will appear on next Thursday, 18th.
Kindly pass any order.
Very well, list on 18th. One line order, list on 18th, record his appearance and who is for
And-
the corporation.
Corporation, lordship, I have sent notice by lordship post and the police also by hand, lordship. If you lordship direct, I can serve once again, lordship. Because
Very well. Is
yesterday I
your
have-
affidavit of service ready?
So I have to affirm, lordship.
You are to affirm.
I
Very well.
affirm and,
Leave-
course
leave
of the
to-
day, I will lordship.
Leave to affirm the affidavit of service and file the same in the course of the day. Stop. The respondents are not represented. List on 18th. Let a fresh notice be served upon the respondents.
Lordship, KMC to lordship file a report in this.
My lord,
My matter, lordship. Only one.
Please come, please come. There are several reports
Because
in the
of
same
everything
construction.
will go, lordship.
We will see. Call the next matter, please.
and let a copy be served upon us, my lord. I have not been made a
Because lordship, in the suit application, lordship, I am only praying for lordship right to prefer an appeal. Only prayer, lordship.
Well, on item
Yes,
number
Chief.
3,
Not accept
I had
anything,
mentioned
lordship.
this matter on the previous
On
occasion in the presence.
Yes,
Lordship, on 17th.
17th. Very well. No, it's not possible. 18th.
Well, the original writ application, my lord, which is pending, was directed against the refusal of the Howrah Municipal Corporation, my lord, to give me sanction plans. In spite of sanction plans being given of similarly placed buildings by the same owners. My lord, kindly see the interim order which was passed by your lordship, and the matter will become very clear and perhaps be shortened. It was passed by your lordship on the 11th of April, 2023. The petitioner is aggrieved by the documents sought for by the Howrah Municipal Corporation VD communication dated December 1, 22. According to the petitioner, the said documents ought not to have been called for in view of the decision of this court dated September 17, passed in WP number so-and-so and so-and-so. The
Is
petitioner
your
also,
report ready? Please give.
We have got that.
this is
Give a
the,
copy.
Let them can file as exception to that also.
Let me see.
it had not been filed within the time, my lord. That is why we had mentioned thinking that perhaps they have
Yes,
no
yes.
objection.
It is the yesterday's date. How could it be filed earlier? But then there was a direction for
I'm
filing
sorry.
an affidavit.
If he did, that I will do. If your lordship directs me, I will file it within a week affidavit, and thereafter they can file an exception to that, and thereafter they can take that order.
Mhm.
Because my proposition should have to be considered there.
What is this order dated 8th August 2012?
That notification, that I have called for because they will give us that I have called for, my lord.
Hand over a copy to your learned senior friend
Otherwise,
also
I
because
have given,
My lord, where we stand.
I have given.
because-
yes, Because this is not very clear. One, you say the ULC certificate is required, that is one thing. And what
We
about
have it, that we have. According to us.
ULC? Not the land and land reforms, it is ULC.
Urban land selling certificate.
That is separate from the LR. And the other one is, give a
We
copy.
have. Anyway,
Please come.
let all the papers come.
And আমি দিয়েছি পাঠিয়েছি
A report has been filed by the Assistant Engineer in Charge, Building Department, Howrah Municipal Corporation, dated 11th May 2023.
otherwise if your lordships can dispose of before the commissioner, if the commissioner decides as a whole regarding everything, they are
Let him know what is to be decided.
now I leave it to them. If the commissioner decides, I
So
can
let us consider it and let him give the additional document which he
Not
says.
the additional document, one corporation order, wide order
Yes.
dated such and such. You get it by next Tuesday or Wednesday. I can post it on Thursday.
Yes,
It can be disposed of.
yes.
that
Got it?
my lord. Why has specifically mentioned that in the order?
Yes, I'll mention that. And because you have also specifically mentioned about this order, these are the 2 points which the petitioner is to
I'm coming
cover.
with that. I'm coming with that.
And don't add anything new so that
No, no, only this. I will not.
if it is only 2, he gets to know where he stands.
My lord, I will not. And if they have any exception regarding this, at least, let
No,
them
no,
come
let
with
me
that also.
consider this order, and if my learned friend also says I can approach the commissioner. Let me consider the entire matter in its entirety.
11th May 2023, mentioning that the petitioner's application for sanction cannot be entertained as the petitioner does not possess the urban land sealing certificate issued by the SDO Howrah. Stop. The same has no connection with the West Bengal Land and Land Reforms Department. Stop. The second reason mentioned in the said report is that the petitioner does not meet the criteria laid down in the order of the Howrah Municipal Corporation. Vide number 226/COMMR/12-13 dated 8th August 2012. Which are the building rules framed by the corporation? Is it the HMC building rules? Mr. Banerjee,
My lord.
is it the HMC building rules?
HMC building.
Which is the specific rule?
My lord, I will bring from them next date. I will place it before your lord.
Next.
But let him forward copies to me, my lord, so
will.
that I can
On a
make my
perusal of the
submissions.
said report. It is not clear as to
I will come with that.
which provision the petitioner failed to comply under the Howrah Municipal Corporation building rules. Vide order dated 8th August 2012. Stop. The corporation is directed to clearly specify the rules which the petitioner is required to comply for obtaining a sanction plan. Stop. Let a copy of the report be served upon the learned advocate representing the petitioner by 17th May, list on
But
18th May,
this
marked
report I
for
have given them.
others.
This report I have given.
The other one,
My
it will
lord,
come
let
on
it-
the 18th,
let it retain its position as to be mentioned, my lord. That
Very
way
well.
it will.
as to be mentioned.
When the matter will be listed?
It
Or
will come up on Thursday, but by Wednesday, you give the
I will
copy
give them.
so that
Lord, I may have heard incorrectly. My lord will also specify that he is to give to me the copy of the order dated 8/8.
Yes,
Yes.
that
To be mentioned. I'm grateful, my lord.
Lordship, I just heard that item now with item number 1 and 2, item number 6 has also been called. 6.
ডাকা হয়েছে? Six হয়েছে? Item number 6 টা কি হলো? You are appearing for
I'm
the state.
appearing for the state.
You will come
Report
to-
has also came.
keep the report with you. You request your police to go there and see that the unauthorized occupants are vacated. Your name will be recorded. Item number 6 onar namta record.
And the report, will I file the report today?
Keep it on.
আমি সময়টা
হ্যাঁ তাহলে তো কোনটা কত নম্বর এইটা মানে আমিও সত্যি যে মানে
ক্যান 3টা হচ্ছে অ্যাডিশন অফ পার্টি ক্যান 4টা
এইটা আমাদের অফিসিয়াল কপি আমাকে
Cannot come in front.
Well, I'm good, but I've always been a backbencher, so.
No, nothing. I
No,
can
no,
hear
no.
you from there also.
না, না, কি বিষয়? ওটা জায়গা দেয়া যায়।
দাদা সামনে
I appear for the petition in item number, my application, my lord. For compliance of order dated 13th of April 2023. My lord, paragraph 19, page 82,
Yours is can 1
can 7. Can
and
7.
7. Yes. Other
There are
cans are
two
being-
assigned matters, 4 and 5. My lord, we have, my client has filed two applications in item number 5. One for intervention, the other for recalling of the order passed by the Honorable Coordinate Bench. My lord, if I may request your lordship to take up those applications first, subject to your lordship's consideration.
Certainly, no difficulty.
Item number 5, I am appearing on behalf of the writ petitioner, my lord. But difficulty is that the yesterday evening I got the copy without mentioning the can number, my lord. So there are 4 can, but no can has mentioned the can number, my lord. That's the difficulty.
But then you at least have the cans.
Yes.
You have the cans.
Can, but it is difficult to follow the hearing, my lord.
Evening, my lord.
4:30, my lord.
Out in the evening, we also received it in the evening, my lord. Well, do we have, my client has filed. Same is with us also, you know, the directorate also received in the evening.
Let us see what the applicant has got to say.
But in both the matters, I beg to appeal for the state. Both the matters.
Cannot see you.
So that's, there are so many.
Monitor is guarding the vision.
No, but in this,
All
matter,
right.
so many chances are there. It's has been a phone call.
Give me the applications.
স্যার এইটা কত আমাকে একটু হেল্প করবেন স্যার?
ক্যান 3টা হচ্ছে সৌমেন নন্দী।
হ্যাঁ ক্যাম্প তো হবে এটা হচ্ছে কুঞ্জ না অভিষেক না ক্যাম্প 3 হচ্ছে
সোম দত্ত। সোম দত্ত, সোম
হ্যাঁ?
এইটা হচ্ছে ক্যাম্প 3 নাকি?
আপনাদের রিকলিং
ইন্টারভেনশনটা পাইকা আছে হ্যাঁ এইটা কত এটা দিবেন এইটা অভিষেক স্যার এইটা কত নম্বর ক্যান একটু বলে দেবেন?
Which one would you like to?
রিকল এটা 6 রিকল চেয়েছে এটা অভিষেক ব্যানার্জি এটা 6
keep it on Monday.
ইন্টারভেনশনটা কত?
তাহলে এটা হচ্ছে হবে 5
What I am humbly
রিকলিংটা
submitting,
কত?
new applications, Miller, which were served on us yesterday. I could just have a small audience with the department and all the instructions are not here, Miller. So if my lord so deems fit and proper, my lord can keep it on Monday or Tuesday, whichever is convenient to your lordship, Miller. Because first predicament is,
Last week is very inconvenient for the court.
my lord, on Monday, my lord, because I'm taking in the, though according to me, my lord, there's no urgency.
instructions, my lord, on behalf of the CBI, my lord.
May I say this? my
They have
lord?
served it belatedly, my lord.
Very well. Yes.
Let us see, my lord, how, I believe.
হ্যাঁ ইডি আমার নাম তো ভুলে গেলে দাদা ইডি
For the ED. Now see how the ED had moved the court. Today, my lord, instructions is required according to my learned friend. Now please have a look to my lord, the order of which, my lord, we are seeking recall.
Mr. Trivedi,
Yes, my lord.
let the applicant start. And if required, we can always adjourn it till Monday.
My lord, at the very first instance, my lord, this application is not maintainable, my lord.
Yes, after the Supreme Court
My
order.
lord, because the Honorable Supreme Court, they are wanting a
Yes.
stay on the investigation, prima facie. my lord. On the Honorable Supreme Court stayed, my lord, the investigation initially. Then again, on 24th, it was continued. On the 28th, my lord, only one, the transfer order was passed by the Honorable Supreme Court, but nothing was said. And that has been, my lord, that is very much relevant from my lord's last date order passed in the other application. When similar application, if I'm not mistaken, it was 9. Kind 7 was moved, and it is an observation by my lord that, my lord, since the Honorable Supreme Court had not stayed, my lord, that application, so, my lord, we have a very preliminary issue with regard to whatever prayers are being made, my lord. Now, my lord, and so therefore, my lord, and my lord should not hear it in piecemeal, my lord.
Yes, no, no.
What I'm humbly submitting, my lord,
Mr.
my lord, let
Doctor,
it be.
can it be taken up on Monday?
Provided.
So at least the weekend they can get and collect information at least.
Two things, my lord. What has been
My lord,
told
if
to
my
the
lord asks
court,
me something false from my lord, my lord, I cannot give any answer out of my cup, my lord.
Yes.
two things. My lord. First is, my lord, according to me, my lord, initially, usually your lordship has not found me, my lord, objecting to this. My lord, I wish to, my lord, take your lordship through the conduct of the ED before the coordinate bench. What does the ED do over there? ED goes and mentions the matter, and, my lord, there is for an order is passed. Then, my lord, ED files an application. Look at that application, my lord, in can 6. My learned friend is objecting to the interim order, my lord, that we are seeking in deference to the Supreme Court's interim order. I'll come to that. Please have a look to can 6.
Lord, kindly take it down on Monday.
No,
my
no.
lord.
The order dated 28th or 21st of April.
No, no, 13th.
13th April.
13th of
13th
April.
April.
Is it
Yes.
not annexed to any of
Yes, yes.
your cans? Please.
My lord,
show
in
it.
can 6, it is annexed. Please have a look to can 6.
I have got 3, 4, 3, 5 and 6. Wait. 6 is here.
Yes.
6 is here.
But in can, please have a look to, my lord, page
Which is 6.
6.
We
Can
have
6,
not got the
page
can
30.
number, so I'm unable to understand. Can number, can number has not been indicated.
Can is also not there.
No,
Lord,
no,
can
please
number-
consider, my lord, these are tactics, my lord, we all know, my lord. No, I also did not have the can number. No, definitely ED is the, today ED is the privileged suitor.
Copy is served, my lord, in the evening, the next morning, my lord.
Yeah, at least, my lord, we have served the application. At least we have served the application. Where the coordinate bench was moved, my lord, without even serving the application. Please have a look to, my lord, page
Without
30.
serving application upon whom?
Upon anybody,
Who said?
Who's affected by
the person, my lord, against whom order is passed, who is not a party to the proceeding, and, my lord, the ex parte orders are taken, and, my lord, the same litigant comes before this court and says that we don't have the application number. And it has been served late in the.
Leave was taken on Monday.
Yes.
Leave was taken, my lord, on
What are you
Monday.
apprehending in these 2 days?
I'm sorry, my
Wait a
lord.
minute, anything you are apprehending in these 2 days?
My lord, let them
Saturday,
say
Sunday.
that they are not going to take any steps, my lord, I'll be happy. Therefore,
Come on Monday, I'll make it only not today.
I'm grateful, my lord.
My lord, I have filed 2 applications.
my lord, in the,
So far as the Monday is concerned, my lord, item number 4, my lord, in can 7, I have, my lord, let the CBI and ED file a status report also on Monday.
Yes.
With regard.
Yeah, very well. Come ready with your status report. All instructions should come.
my lord, only one thing, my lord, may I say this, my lord?
One thing,
Well, let it be understood that in the meantime, my lord, they are not going to take any steps.
My lord, I have some objections.
Then kindly hear me. Then kindly hear me.
Who are you representing?
My lord, I am representing the complainant whose investigation has been transferred to a different agency at the behest of the accused persons without impeding me or hearing. I-
Have you filed any application?
Yes, I have filed an application.
Where
for
is that?
Addition of parties can 3,
All right, 3 and 4.
3 and 4.
I get it.
Can 4 is for modification of the order of justice.
So we'll take it up on Monday. Your client is already in custody.
If a copy which the my learned friend has moved before the other bench is served upon.
Which copy?
The application the ED moved, on which the order was passed.
For what money?
That order, the paragraph on relying upon which the court passed order is quoted in the order of the court. The court was pleased to quote the entire paragraph.
No, Mullah, that's a different order, Mullah. May I only assist? May I only assist you?
So many.
I'll assist your lordship, Mullah.
my lord, the order of which both my learned senior friends, my lord, seek a modification or recalling, my lord, whatever their prayer is of a different order.
Oh, that is different.
Where what was under consideration by the erstwhile bench was 3 complaints made by an under trial prisoner, namely Kuntal Ghosh, 1 before the Hastings police station and 2 before the learned CBI judge. Now, my lord, these complaints were called for. Firstly, one from the state, which was before the Hastings PS. My lord, we did not have the original because we received the complaint by email. So we produced the printout of the email. And the 2 complaints lodged before the learned CBI judge, my lord, that was called for through the learned registry from the learned judge. The original was placed before the honorable court when the honorable court passed the order dated 13th of April 2023. From this, Mr. Dotto's client and Mr. Rai's client preferred an SLP before the Honorable Supreme Court, which was initially stayed, thereafter disposed of, directing with some directions upon the learned Honorable Acting Chief Justice. My lord, on 21st of April, in the same, on 20th, my lord, in the order of 13th April, 2 things was required from the state. One was the original register of the prison where the entries are made who is visiting the prison, and the CCTV footage of the prison to see whether anyone met Kuntal Ghosh in the meantime between the date of the public meeting, which is referred to in the order of 13th April,
The
and
dates
the complaint.
possibly are mentioned in the order.
Dates.
Yes.
The dates are mentioned. What the
Right.
date of the public meeting to which the complaints have been related to by the Honorable erstwhile bench. Now, my lord, these were produced before the Honorable Court. Matter was fixed on 20th of April. On 20th of April, I had produced these original registers in 2 files and these CCTV footage along with DVR. My lord, that has been kept with the learned registrar. And my lord, on 21st, upon the mentioning of the ED, our application was moved on that day itself, in which the municipal recruitment scam, as coined by the Honorable Court, my lord, that order was passed, from which we state preferred an SLP, in which the leave was granted to prefer a review. My lord, these 2 orders are different.
These
Where
two
it is
orders are
quoted, where the entire report
Yes,
is
yes.
quoted, is of 21st of April.
All right.
And they are against the order of 13th of April.
13th of April. So where is the copy of the application?
But the copy of the application is annexed to my CAN 6.
Give a copy.
We don't have a copy.
You can always collect a copy from them.
We don't have a copy.
No, CAN 6.
Mr. Dotto has
I
a
am the
copy.
complainant. I am the complainant.
No. Mr. Dotto has a copy. You can collect it from him.
No, I am talking about, my lord, the ED's application before the coordinate bench.
You don't have that.
No, that is annexed to my application.
I don't have.
Give a copy.
Yes.
Collect a copy.
No, my lord, yeah, my lord, I was only praying this. Your lordship may kindly, my lord, stay the operation of the impugned order till your lordship hears it.
Monday. Nothing.
My lord, then my lord, kindly hear my application. Then kindly hear my application.
The others are not ready. They received.
My lord,
the-
my lord,
and they are
my lord, the ED
authoritative
was ready, my lord, before the coordinate bench on the day 1.
not on your application. They were ready with something else.
No, kindly have a look to the.
Your application, you have come up with certain allegations or whatever your grievance is.
My lord, my allegations are, my lord, please have a look to, my lord, my application. What are my allegations? Please. Yes, definitely.
And hear everybody.
Please have a look to, my lord, page 30 of CAN 6. Please have a look to it, my lord. The ED, my lord, goes with an application. Then, my lord, I'll take your lordship through the, my lord, the order of the coordinate bench of which, my lord, we are seeking recalling. CAN 6, page 30.
CAN 6 is an application for recalling. Please, everybody, check up the briefs because they are not numbered.
Yes.
No, that is the biggest problem, Millard. We could have.
Please number it. It is application for recalling filed by
Abhishek Banerjee.
the applicant is one Mr. Abhishek Banerjee. Please number your cans. And the application for
Intervention is CAN 5.
by the same person is CAN 5. Mr. Bhattacharya, please number. Application for intervention is 5. And the recalling is 6. And
4 is for recalling by Kuntal.
Recalling by Kuntal is 4, and addition of party is 3. Mr.
Yeah.
Shamim,
Tero.
Mr. Bhattacharya,
Yes.
got it marked because nobody has the marking. You all cannot identify which document
Yes.
Mr. Dotto is relying upon.
Yes. Miller, please take note page 30. But this is the application. Kindly take the prayer first at page 35. Then I'll take your lordship through the contents of the application. Miller, ED files this application before the coordinate bench. The prayer is, in the circumstances, your applicant humbly prays that your lordship may graciously be pleased to pass appropriate orders in this regard and to pass such other order or further orders, etc. So this is a prayer. Miller, the merits of it, kindly consider. Now, kindly see, Miller, as they say, orders in this regard. Now, what is the regard? Please have a look to Miller, page 33 and 34. Please skip over paras 1 and 2. Para 3 is the applicant states that applicant is ED, that it came to know that that in West Bengal several failed candidates and ineligible candidates got government job and or public appointments in lieu of money. There's a huge scam in public employment and huge amount of money trail is involved. It is a public scam and state high officials, ministers are involved in this scam. Your petitioners, your applicants, accordingly, the Directorate of Enforcement is carrying out search operations at various premises linked to recruitment scam in so-and-so. That then para 5, that Kuntal Ghosh is in judicial custody in connection with ECIR, which is pending before the special court. Subsequently, he was also taken into custody by by CBI in RC case and also presently further in judicial custody in CBI case pending before the learned ADJ. It is pertinent to mention that the CBI is investigating the predicate offences under the relevant sections of IPC and PC Act, whereas the ED is investigating the money laundering angle under PMLA. Both the cases are in connection with investigation in primary teacher recruitment scam cases. Now, this is the background, prelude. Now, what are the subject matter of this application? Para 6. Based on media reports and inputs, the ED has come to learn that on 6/4/2023, the said Kunal Ghosh has given a, Kuntal Ghosh had given a complaint before the learned ADJ, wherein several false, frivolous and baseless allegations against the officers of ED has been made. No copy of the complaint had, however, been given to the Enforcement Directorate or even filed before the learned special court. PMLA aspersions has been cast upon the investigation of the ED in the media and elsewhere. This is nothing but a desperate attempt to thwart the investigation of the Enforcement Directorate. That further, based on inputs, the app come to learn that Kuntal Ghosh has lodged a complaint with the Hastings Police Station against ED through Superintendent of Correctional Home. That the aforesaid facts have been brought to the knowledge of the Honorable Justice Abhijit Gangopadhyay today morning, when liberty has been given to the applicant to bring in the submissions made in the Honorable Court by way of an application. Hence, this application is filed. Subsequently, it has come to the knowledge that the applicant, knowledge of the applicant, ED, that applicant ED, that Kuntal Ghosh and the other politically exposed persons are trying to lodge similar complaints against the officers of ED through other police authorities as well. That Honorable Justice Abhijit Gangopadhyay has already passed an order directing no action be taken on the letter of complaint of Kuntal Ghosh by the CBI and by the police authorities till such time the matter is being heard by this Honorable Court. The veracity of the complaint may kindly be verified. And prayer, my lord, I have read, but nothing is there in the prayer. Now, on this application, now kindly have a look to the order that has been filed, that has been passed. My lord, the width of the
13th of April.
13th of April, it starts from page 38.
Yes, I've got it.
Now, please take page 39. But on this application, in the backdrop of this application, which has 2 paragraphs only to say that someone has lodged a complaint and the ED feels that some other complaints may also be lodged, appropriate orders are being sought for. But I'm not very sure, my lord, whether, my lord, ED was a party to this proceeding or not. Subject to correction, possibly ED was not a party, be that as it may. Now, please take paragraph 1 at page 39. Yesterday, one complaint was made before this court at the time of mentioning, on behalf of the Enforcement Directorate, that one person arrested by ED, namely so-and-so, according to ED, who is involved in the primary teachers recruitment scam, this does not mean that he is not involved in any other scam, have made certain complaints through the superintendent of the Presidency Correctional Home to the Hastings Police Station, making some allegations which are criminal in nature against the officers of ED, and the police had received that complaint. It is also submitted on behalf of the ED that allegations were also made before the CBI court against ED officers, content whereof is not known to the ED. ED was apprehending coercive action by the police authority against officers of ED in respect of some complaint of the said Kuntal Ghosh and any adverse order or remarks by the CBI court in respect of the ED officers. Considering the gravity of the situation, I initially directed, after hearing the mentioning that no effect to those letters, those two letters indicated above could be given either by the police authority or by the CBI court, and further directed the Commissioner of Police Kolkata and the District Judge of the concerned District Judges Court, being 24 Parganas South at Alipur, to produce the letters written to them at 3 p.m. I also directed ED to come up with an application immediately. At 3 p.m., the police authority produced the letters written by the said so-and-so, which was sent to the so-and-so police station, and the district judge produced the letter which was written by the said person and filed with the learned judge of the CBI court. At the same time, on behalf of ED, one application was made before this court, praying leave to move the application forthwith, but I granted them leave to file the same and move the application today, and accordingly, ED filed the application for hearing of the application today. On perusal of the letters written by the said Kuntal Ghosh against ED and CBI filed before the CBI court, the letters sent to the officer in charge of the Hastings police station through the superintendent of the correctional home, I found some allegations were really made against the ED officials who are investigating the scam, and also CBI officials who are also investigating the scam. ED is investigating the money trail of this episode termed as the educational recruitment scam. Today, the application was taken up for hearing, and the learned advocate for the CBI supporting the application also made their submission. On behalf of ED, some dates are mentioned. Millard, I skip over those dates for the time being. Please, Millard, skip over that page. Please kindly take page 42, the last 2 lines. Here I take note of one public meeting. But this is where, Millard, I am affected. But these are nothing, Millard, in the application. That's why, Millard, I took the trouble to take a look to the application. Here, I take note of one public meeting held by one Abhishek Banerjee on 29th March, where he urged some person to support him by saying that when those persons were in custody, police or interrogating agencies pressurized them to name the said Abhishek Banerjee. The complaint of Kuntal Ghosh was made in close proximity with the said public speech of the said Abhishek Banerjee on 29th March 2023, as Kuntal made the first complaint on 31st of March 2023 before the CBI court, and on 1/4/2023 before the Hastings police station. Pausing here for a moment, nothing is there in the application, no submission made by either ED, by CBI or by CBI. May I proceed further? It is a matter to be inquired and investigated whether Kuntal Ghosh took the cue from the public speech of the said Abhishek Banerjee, or for which both of them can be interrogated by the EDI and by the CBI. Now, where does the question arise in such kind of an application where, Miller, the contents is that Kuntal is making frivolous allegations against ED, and the ED feels that many other persons can make similar allegations. That is the subject matter of the application. Now, please, may I read further? Terrorizing the investigating officers of the investigating agency by complaint before police authority is wholly unwarranted, and such endeavors are to be stopped forthwith. Otherwise, the officers of the investigating agency will not be able to act in a fearless manner. And in view of such oversmart action, which is rising in this state, the court should give some immunity to the officers. Keeping this in mind, I hold that such interrogation should be made in such a situation. With respect, my lord, immunity has to come from a law. The governor, the president, my lord, the judges, they, my lord, enjoy immunity which is prescribed by the constitution and the laws. By a court order, my lord, no investigating agency can be given any immunity. May I read further? Mr. Bhattacharya, for the learned senior advocate for the writ petitioners, read out the letters by said Kuntal Ghosh on the above two dates, and he demonstrated from those letters that a person under torture in custody could not write such letters, and he specially pointed out that one DIG of CBI, while squeezing Kuntal so-and-so, he was in pain, but he was laughing. I hold that. Kindly similar to how the honorable judge digressed. I hold that whether a person can laugh while his so-and-so are squeezed is required to be known from medical experts, which the CBI should do. It is a matter to be noted that when the said Kuntal was in CBI custody from so-and-so, and immediately thereafter he made no complaint against the DIG of CBI for torturing him in the way indicated above. Who said this to the court? With respect, my lord. He also did not make any complaint against the interrogating officers of ED when he was in ED's custody. He for the first time made such complaint on 31st of March and on 1st of April. From one order produced before me in ML case number, etc., on behalf of ED today being order number so-and-so, I find that the judge of the special court, which is also designated as so-and-so, personally asked the said Kunal and the Kuntal, I'm so sorry, and the accused Kuntal did not complain anything about his health condition, though in his letter he has said that because of some pinching by the interrogating officers of ED in his abdomen, he is still suffering. It is to be noted that his custody with ED came to an end on so-and-so. Other allegations of Kuntal are that the investigating agencies are trying to force him to name so-and-so. This same tune was heard from Abhishek Banerjee in his public meeting on 29th March 2023. Pausing here again for a moment. But who brought this to the notice of the honorable judge? Nobody.
Do the correctional homes have television sets?
My lord, I think, my lord, in the interrogating,
They have.
yes.
And is it legally permissible? All right.
For the purpose of entertainment or
Entertainment.
It's not private, it's not for private viewing, my lord. It's only for community gathering, my lord, at certain points.
Whatever, that means they have access.
They are access.
Then may I read further. This matching tune raises a serious doubt in my mind as to a tacit understanding between them, as when this Kuntal was selling school teacher jobs, both Kuntal and Abhishek were in the same political party. Here I must say, from the submissions made before this court and from the reports filed by the investigating agencies, I find that if the whole scam is considered as a human body, CBI and ED have reached maximum up to the waist of the body in this investigation, and the heart and the head are yet to be touched. I believe the heart and the head of the whole body would be touched, and through interrogation would be, and thorough interrogation would be done. If it is not done within a short time by the investigating agency, this court will be compelled to pass certain orders, may be unsavory to the investigating agencies. It is submitted on behalf of the petitioner while reading the contents of the letter of Kuntal that during the investigation, one particular ED officer terrorized the said Kuntal with his eyes in such a manner that Kuntal got scared and thus wrote something on papers. Kuntal was also given threat of arrest of his wife and placing him in jail for 21 years. Kuntal is a seasoned politician. Now, the ED's contention. Learned advocate for the ED has submitted that what was written in the letter of Kuntal on 31st March 2023 has been embellished and exaggerated in the letter dated 1/4/23 with the same events written to the officer in charge of the police station. Then Mr. Shishchandra Bandyopadhyay's submission. Then kindly take my lord para 16. ঠিক আছে। Anyway, I hold also matters to be taken note of for further investigation. Now please take my lord para 16. After reading these two letters and after hearing the parties, I find that the contents of the letters are foolishly concocted. This is a finding of a court without hearing the main persons. Now, what is the finding? It has trappings of finality. I find that the contents of the letter are foolishly concocted, and there are real exaggeration and embellishment of the letter written to the officer in charge, where the allegations are similar to the letter filed before the court on so and so. But is the honorable court going for a roving inquiry? There are hundreds of cases are there, my lord, where my lord, the writ court should not go into this. But this is, my lord, not monitoring an investigation, my lord, with respect. This is supervising an investigation. But in rare cases, my lord, the court may monitor, but the court cannot supervise an investigation. Even the highest court cannot do that. My lord, there are judgments. I'll bring those, my lord, at the appropriate time. Then kindly take, my lord, the next paragraph. This court wanted to know from Mr. Bilodal Bhattacharjee, an advocate representing the CBI, and Mr. Shamrat Goswami, an advocate representing ED, whether the investigating officers in respect of some other scams in this state are also facing the same allegation. Now, my lord, the honorable court, my lord, digress to what other investigations are going on. That is, complaint to the police by some persons against the officers, and the police is investigating those complaints and interrogating the officers. Mr. Bhattacharya gave me 3 names referring to the coal scam. Is it a coal scam case? With respect, may I ask myself? And the names are Mr. Kopil Raj, Mr. Umesh Kumar, and in respect of custodial death of one Lalon Sheikh, in the Boktui case, one officer, not all of even remotely connected with the investigation, namely Mr. Sushanta Bhattacharjee of CBI. Now kindly take me paragraph 18. I have, therefore, it has become a sinister design of some persons to make allegations against the investigating officers of different scams. It goes beyond the recruitment scam, as they name it, of different scam to terrorize them by using the police force, which have now come to light in the state. And I see this letter of Kuntal Ghosh is also an attempt to terrorize the officers of ED and CBI and to throttle the investigation process. And I term it as a very smart action, which cannot be allowed for a fair investigation and for the ends of justice. After considering the materials on record before me and submission made by the parties, I pass the following order. From today, no police station shall lodge any FIR against any complaint made to it of any officer of CBI and ED. I am not concerned about it, but please consider the legality of this direction. I'm not concerned about it. Who are investigating it?
Wait, let him finish. I'll hear you. I'll hear everybody. Please be patient. Please be patient.
Who are investigating the educational recruitment scam, both of West Bengal Central School Service Commission and the West Bengal Board of Primary Education. But this was possibly related to primary education. Without the leave of the court. This court. Now, whether this is, I say, I am not concerned about this prayer, but please consider the legality. Next, the letters written by Kuntal Ghosh filed before the court and sent to the Hastings police station shall not be given effect to in any manner whatsoever until so and so. I am not concerned. Now please take the 3rd and 4th direction. ED and CBI are directed to file report of the investigation into this matter, if necessary, with video recordings before this court on 20th April, when this matter will be taken up at 12. All the aspects which have been indicated above, including the public speech of one Abhishek Banerjee, should also not be outside the investigation of CBI and if necessary by ED.
This is offending us.
Milord,
This is troubling you? Yes. Is this?
Well, absolutely, my lord, with respect. My lord, every my lord, petition, every litigation has a cause of action.
Yes.
My lord, if I file a writ petition on cause of action A, my lord, directions cannot be passed on cause of action B on the ground that an order on cause of action B will not affect me. My lord, this
Some
Well,
type
I'll
of
come-
investigation
Yes,
is
why-
going on.
But some investigation is going on, but I have alleged bias against this judge.
Bias?
Bias against this
Oh,
judge.
bias.
And I made my pleadings and I stand by that. And my lord, I want your lordship to go through those. But an order, when somebody alleges bias against a judge, when the Supreme Court has said, the judge will not ask a question to himself, am I biased? No, that is not the question that the judge would ask to himself. The judge would find what is in the face of the person who is making this allegation. I'll take your lordship through, my lord, the decisions of this court, my lord, Dinakaran's case and the original case. Now, why I'm alleging bias? Please have a look to, my lord. Acha, may I just finish it, my lord?
So, this serial number 4 at page 12 is troubling you.
Yes.
What else?
First is, my lord.
No, that you have read the premise.
Yes, yes. First is, my lord, your lordship has seen, my lord, how the court had digressed from the subject matter or the limited scope of the application that was filed before the court. But I could have understood, my lord, the court had given some protection to the ED officials, assuming for argument's sake that they are laymen, my lord, they do not have that strength in them. I assume for argument's sake, my lord, at the most, my lord, some protection could have been given to the ED officials. That was understandable. Anything else that has been passed, my lord, in my very respectful submission would be without jurisdiction. Why? First is no pleading, no prayer. Second is not a party, no hearing. And my lord, all these directions and findings have trappings of finality.
Yes.
Third is, my lord, the honorable judge, my lord, lacked determination.
That is possibly with the municipality matter you are
No,
seeing.
no. This is, my lord, in all orders have been passed in connection with investigation, which is to be undertaken by a Group 9 bench. I'm not arguing before you.
I'll hear you. Do not get excited.
All are excited.
Yes.
Don't get excited. We remain patient.
Yes.
The court will hear you.
My lord, my understanding is, subject to correction by your lordship, my lord, anything in connection with an investigation should go before a Group 9 bench. My lord, take an example, opposite example. Take an opposite example. That my client, or say Kuntal Ghosh, they were aggrieved by these two investigations by the ED or CBI, or some actions of the ED CBI officials. But I couldn't have gone to a service bench or before the Group 2 bench, ventilating my grievance and praying for relief. I would have to go before the Group 9 bench. The Chief Justice is the master of the roster. When, my lord, a determination is given to a particular judge, the judge can only take up those matters which are within the scope of his determination, and any order passed beyond that is nullity. But our Justice Desai's judgment is one of those. Supreme Court is there and other judgments are there. Now, my fundamental point, but there are other points where ancillary, I don't want to trouble you on the stay aspect that I am praying today. That the bias of the judge. Now, please take my pleading. But I have, my client, I find, have tried to, come out clean and take responsibility of what he is submitting. Your lordship may kindly have a look to 2 or 3 paragraphs Please take paragraph 22 first of my application. But may I say this, Milord, we are all here to, Milord, protect the judiciary.
Yes,
But
certainly.
I don't find, Milord, any pleasure in pointing fingers at any lawyer or any judge. Please take paragraph 22. Or if I may start from paragraph 21.
Yes.
It is para 21. It is submitted that Honorable Justice erred in not appreciating that the applicant, being a member of the Parliament, has expressed his opinion based on news report widely published and circulated by the national media in a public gathering, and the order dated 13th of April aims to throttle his right to discharge his functions as an elected representative of the public. It is submitted that the Honorable Justice has also taken a cue from the public speech of the applicant, and accordingly any directions passed by the Honorable Justice is in connection thereof will have serious doubts into the veracity of such directions in view of a personal bias of the Honorable Justice against the applicant, as would be evident. Now, my lord, I have said why bias, why I assume bias, why I presume bias, why I perceive bias, because of certain, my lord, news media and, my lord, certain interviews which has come on air. May I read further? Yes. And I have taken this as a pleading. As would be evident from the interview of his lordship in Ghanta Khanek Sange Sumon on 19 September 2022, it is well settled that justice should not only be done but must also be seen to be done. Such fundamental principle has been infringed. Then your lordship may kindly have a look to me at paragraph 30. 30. Now please take paragraph 30. It is submitted that on 19th September, the Honorable Justice gave a live televised interview in ABP Anando on the ongoing proceedings in the present matter, and an excerpt of the translated transcript of the interview of the Honorable Judge is extracted below. Anchor, there is a criticism from the side of the politicians, especially from Mamata Banerjee.
Was the interview in English? No.
No,
Bengali, it is translated.
well, we have translated it. My lord.
You
Bengali
have
also there.
translated.
Bengali
From-
also there.
বেঙ্গলিটা না, বেঙ্গলিটা আগেরটা আছে, আগেরটা আছে।
Who made these translations?
Translation, my lord, as for report, it has been translated by official translator and sent it to Supreme Court.
Is it from there?
This is extract from there.
Well, I'm told
Where
that
did you
this-
get the extract from? Is it available somewhere? The official translation, is it
My lord,
available?
If they deny that statement is not correct, then you will bring it.
Now, how will the authorities deny? Because this is the interview of the judge.
But I have, my lord, I have taken this responsibility, my lord, I have translated it and I have given to the.
Let us not go through all this.
No, I have to go through. Lord, otherwise, my lord, I fail in my allegation of bias.
Very liberal.
My lord, I have taken this stand.
My lord will take the affidavit portion, my lord, with regard to paragraph 30.
Supreme Court. Yes, he's prepared, my lord, now he's prepared.
I'm not
Initially-
prepared, my lord. I have
Yes, no,
gathered
no, please-
knowledge because of the submission made by.
Yes, yes. Yeah.
Affidavit 30.
Please don't expect that the court will not.
There
hear.
is an order of the
Your Honor, will
Supreme
kindly see
Court
30 has not
which
been
records
approved as
that
submission.
there is an official translation from the.
Yes, yes.
Where
Yeah,
is
please,
that?
here,
Is it
here, right now.
the same thing?
Page
Right,
6 and 7.
30 has been marked as submission.
because you have
No, no, I
to
have not
show,
said that.
My lord,
You
30
have
has
to
been marked
show-
as submission in the affidavit portion.
Right. Yes.
30
You
has been
have-
marked as a
Yes.
submission.
Yes.
there has to be a valid translation.
Sir, please have a look to me, Lord.
Get it done.
Please take page
If this is
62.
denied, let it be done.
Please take me, Lord, page 62.
Supreme Court ordered a
Yes,
transcript.
yes, yes.
And,
Yeah, 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 দেখাচ্ছি।
Page 7.
But this is the order of the Honorable Supreme Court dated 28th of April 2023. It starts from page 60.
Sent by the register.
Yes. Now please take, my lord, page 62.
Yes, where is the transcript of
Yes.
the interview? Is it a extract from? the
Para 2, my lord, para 2 of
That
page.
cannot say, that we cannot say.
No, that, my lord, well, this is in public domain.
What is in public
The,
domain?
the portion which I'm reading at para 30. It's public domain.
Must be in the Bengali vernacular language.
Yes, yes. Now this has been translated in English.
Who has translated? What is the authentication?
We have-
of the
No, Bangla টাইটা নেই, বাংলা টাইটা নেই।
translation?
This is transcribed by the judge himself.
No, এটা না, এটা না, এটা না, এটা না। No, no. This is,
Up to page 60.
my lord,
There is a version which is
version,
available.
not
From the bar or submissions.
No, it is done by us. This version is done
Yes,
by us.
I understand. There is an official translation, but this is not in the public domain.
Yes.
No, Bengali is
No,
the
no,
public.
Bengali is there.
Bengali is in the public.
The English translation is
That has been done by us. That has been
translated.
done by us.
Anybody oppose, my lord, then we'll bring.
Certainly everybody will oppose.
Translation.
Oppose.
No.
Hey, they peruse the transcript of the interview, transcript has been
My lord,
authenticated.
please. Please take, my lord, page 62.
It is there before the Supreme Court. Where from did you get a copy of this?
But we have translated ourselves.
No, not yourself. If you want to rely upon it, get it translated from the official translator. Bring it. The court will look
Very
into it.
Very well, my lord. For the
What
present,
difficulty?
my lord, may I
So
take
yes,
it,
for
my lord?
the present, we
For
will
the,
not
for
go
the
into
present, my
this.
lord, I am, my lord, not placing this paragraph
Yes,
30 of.
please. Next. Rely upon the other submissions that you have.
My lord, kindly, my lord, permit me to place this, my lord. It is not that, my lord, it is.
No,
Anywhere,
no.
But otherwise, my lord, I cannot
No,
place
you
my case.
cannot help. Otherwise, you ought to have got the official translation done and bring it. No difficulty. You get the official translation. The court is here.
Well, please consider, my lord, the time constraints also, my lord. Please consider the time constraint
How long does it take?
to get it officially translated.
Yes.
My lord, the lordship has
Officially
forgotten, my lord, the lordship, my lord,
Yes.
plays in the bar.
You can always approach the official translator and get
They
it done.
take,
Then-
my lord, at least 2
Then
to
my
3
lord has to
weeks.
direct.
No.
Well, kindly direct, my lord, it is in the public domain.
Which one is in public?
The Bengali one.
That way it cannot be done. You have to provide copies, then only.
Very well. But the only thing that I say, my lord, your lordship,
Your allegation is bias. I get it.
Kindly
I
one
get it. It's
No, no, no.
bias.
my lord, he says, my lord, it was said by the honorable judge. If I hear, my lord, kindly, please don't look at it. Just permit me to read it.
What is the use? Just prior to the vacation, it will take time.
Well,
You bring the official translation, the court
well,
will
that
give
is
you
why,
the-
my lord, at
please
the-
come.
well, at the beginning, where I said, my lord, your lordship hears it on any day, please stay the operation of this.
Please come to the other points.
Yes.
No, একটা কাজ করবি?
Hmm.
My lord, is it possible, my lord, it is in the office of the Registrar General.
No, it's not here. It has been forwarded to the Supreme
Copy
Court.
must be there. Copy must be there.
Why will the copy
Or-
be here?
Well,
For what good reason?
kindly inquire from the register whether it is there or not. If it is there, my lord, kindly get it.
Well,
But, my lord, 2 o'clock, my lord, in the meantime, my lord, your
Kindly
lordship.
inquire it so that it is available.
you carry on with the
Well,
other
yes,
points if
well,
you want to.
Very well.
Pointer বলে দাও।
Yes.
Judge বলছে, I'm not happy.
Subsequently, there was another order passed by the
Honorable
honorable
judge,
single
does not-
judge,
I
which
different
was
what-
not promoted by the
I
honorable
don't like
Supreme
these
Court
types
for
of
the record.
statement.
So it will not be there, my lord, with the Registrar General.
Let us
does-
not
how
be
does he
inside
know?
bars. Kindly inquire, my lord.
Let it be kept after.
Not to be,
Carry on with the other points.
Well, my lord, I'll tell you, lordship, my lord, what I have said in paragraph 30. Just hear me. I'll not, my lord, read it. The first is, the learned judge has said that in connection with one statement by Mr. Banerjee in the press or in the media, he thought of summoning the present applicant before the court. But at that time, his lordship was not in town, but some contempt application was moved against that speech before a division bench, and therefore his lordship could not take any step. This is the first thing, which I'm not reading for your lordship.
very angry.
And he said that he was very angry and said that in future, if I hear anything, I will take strict action. This is the second part. The third part, he says that if I ask him to come, if I summon him before the court and ask him to prove his words, can he prove these things? Now, if these strong comments are made by a judge
On that date, out of nothing.
in his interview, but please consider whether a person
Very well.
can
Yes,
legitimately feel that the court is biased. But on this aspect, your lordship will, if required, call for.
Uses
Please,
jurisdiction to pass orders against.
Now, paragraphs 22 and 30, are my case made out of personal bias. In effect, paragraphs 5, 9, 22, 27, and 30.
all these are with the point of bias, issue of bias.
One follows the other, and finally, with the interview. When an honorable judge goes on air and says something good or bad, whatever it is, when a proceeding comes before him, if at all, according to me, this proceeding did not come before him to consider the character of my client. But assuming for argument's sake it came, but the first thing the judge ought to have done was to release it. Even if he had spoken good things about him also. Because bias can be in positive terms also. It is not always in the negative terms. Now, please consider, whether, this order can be allowed to stand even for a minute. But I'll address today, your lordship, only on two aspects today. The other things, but I'll not touch today. First is, an order passed without determination. What is the effect of that order? But in no uncertain terms, it has been said that it is null and void, non-est.
Yes, I'm aware of the judgment. It has been referred
I'll
to the other
just give
matter.
your lordship the reference or citation. No, our note হারিয়ে যায়, it's a problem. Yes. Sohanlal, your lordship.
168.
Your lordship has gone through this judgment. AIR 1990, Calcutta 168, paragraph 24. Order without jurisdiction is void.
এটা তো সেই অবধি আছে এটার পেরেন্ট যাবে
কোনটা? সোহানলাল দিলি তো?
হ্যাঁ আচ্ছা পেরেন্ট যাবে ইনভেস্টিগেশনটা কন্ট্রোল করবে ওইটা থেকে কি পাবে? বাম থাকলে উকিল কি পাবে?
Yes.
উকিল যদি বাম থাকে কি পাবে? উত্তেজিত হয়ে আস্তে
Paragraph 24, please have a look, Millard. It is pertinent to remember that the jurisdiction of the court may be qualified or restricted by a variety of circumstances. Thus, the jurisdiction may have to be considered with reference to value, place, nature, and the subject matter and age of the case. The power of the court may be exercised within the defined territorial limits. It may be, it may be qualified or confined to subject matter of the prescribed value. The court may have competence to deal only with the cases of a specified character. For instance, testamentary or matrimonial appeals, revisions or writs or specified subjects such as land or service, and so on and so forth. The jurisdiction may be further restricted with reference to the age of the case if the authority concerned directs the hearing of cases to take place before the court according to the date of filing. The classification as to territorial jurisdiction, pecuniary jurisdiction, and the next, jurisdiction over the subject matter is obviously of a fundamental character. The subject matter jurisdiction. The cardinal position cannot be overlooked that before jurisdiction over the subject matter is exercised, the case must be legally brought before the concerned court for hearing and determination, and that a judgment pronounced by the court without investment of jurisdiction is void.
That's not a very fair thing to do.
So an order, my lord, without determination is void. Now kindly take note, what does the Supreme Court say? My lord, host of decisions, I will not trouble you with all.
It's not a
Yes.
very fair thing.
Please take note the second decision on this 1998 Volume 1 Supreme Court cases, page 1.
সবই সাইড হয়
হ্যাঁ
যন্ত্রের দৌলতে সব একসঙ্গে বেরোয়
এই একটা কপি দিই জোসেফকে কপি দিই এই
এই 98 কপি তো স্বাস্থ্যবান
Now please take para 10 first. But may I read 9 also? By virtue of the powers conferred by the Rajasthan High Court Ordinance, read with Article 225 of the Constitution, the High Court of Rajasthan, with the approval of the Governor of the state, framed rules of the High Court of Judicature for Rajasthan. Chapter 5 deals with constitution of bench.
roster. That's the roster.
This is the roster to be followed, which is also in Millard our rules. Then 10. A cardinal reading of the aforesaid provisions of the ordinance and Rule 54 shows that the administrative control of the High Court vests in the Chief Justice of the High Court alone, and that it is his prerogative to distribute business of the High Court, both judicial and administrative. He alone has the right and power to decide how the benches of the High Court are to be constituted, which judge is to sit alone, and which cases he can and is required to hear, as also as to which judge shall constitute a division bench and what work those benches shall do. In other words, the judges of the High Court can sit alone or in division benches and do such work only as may be allotted to them by an order of or in accordance with the directions of the Chief Justice. That necessarily means that it is, this sentence where I lay emphasis. That necessarily means that it is not within the competence or the domain of any single or division bench of the court to give any direction to the registry in that behalf which will run contrary to the directions of the Chief Justice. Therefore, in the scheme of the things, judicial discipline demands that in the event a single judge or a division bench considers that a particular case requires to be listed before it for valid reasons, it should direct the registry to obtain appropriate orders from the Chief Justice. May I pause here for a moment? But assuming for argument's sake that the Honorable the coordinate bench had felt that this should come before me, or there is some confusion, the judge should direct the registry that place it before the Honorable the Chief Justice and get an assignment, because the Chief Justice may or may not assign it to that bench. May I read further? The puisne judges are not expected to entertain any request from the advocates or the parties for listing of cases which does not strictly fall within the determined roster. In such cases, it is appropriate to direct the counsel to make a mention before the Chief Justice and obtain appropriate orders. This is essential for smooth functioning of the court, though on the judicial side, the Chief Justice is only the first among equals. On the administrative side, in the matter of constitution of benches and making of roster, he alone is vested with the necessary powers. That the power to make roster exclusively rests in the Chief Justice, and that a daily cause list is to be prepared under directions, etc. So, this is how the Supreme Court considers the prerogative of distribution of benches and the obligation of the Honorable puisne judges to act or react when they feel that something is not within his determination.
Yes.
And now last paragraph, kindly have a look where paragraph 59. This is what Miller, our Supreme Court, our High Court has also said. Supreme Court has also practiced From the preceding discussions, the following broad conclusions emerge. This, of course, is not to be treated as a summary of our judgments, and conclusions should be read with the context of the judgment. That the administrative control of the High Court rests in the Chief Justice alone. On the judicial side, however, he is only the first amongst the equal. That the Chief Justice is the master of the roster, he alone has the prerogative to constitute benches of the court and allocate cases to the benches so constituted. 3, that the puisne judges can only do that work as is allotted to them by the Chief Justice or under his directions. That till any determination made by the Chief Justice lasts, no judge who is to sit singly can sit in a division bench, and no division bench can split up the judges constituting the bench themselves, and one or both the judges constituting such bench sit singly and take up other kind of judicial business not otherwise assigned to them or by or under the direction of the Chief Justice. That the Chief Justice can take, kindly skip over 5, 6. That the puisne judges cannot pick and choose any case pending in the High Court and assign the same to himself or themselves for disposal without appropriate orders of the Chief Justice. That no judge can give directions to the registry for listing any case before him or them which runs counter to the direction given by the Chief Justice. Then, Millard, please take Millard subparagraph 13 also. This possibly, Millard, is in the nature of a guidance rather than a direction. That the disparaging and derogatory comments made in most intemperate language in the order under appeal do not do no credit to the High Court office, high office of a High Court judge. Where your Lordship has seen, Millard, what are the expressions used. I will not harp on them. Now kindly take, Millard. I'll not multiply decisions on this, Millard. One of our High Court, the other is of the Supreme Court. I have. Now, Millard. Millard, on the aspect of bias, the Culcutta judgment diyechilam me Showman. 87-4. 87. आपका कॉपी আছে? Where the next judgment is reported in 1987, volume 4, Supreme Court cases 611. Ranjit Thakur versus Union of India. Well, please take 3 paragraphs, paragraphs 15 to 17. The second limb of the contention is as to the effect of the alleged bias on the part of respondent number 4. The test of real likelihood of bias is whether a reasonable person in possession of relevant information would have thought that bias was likely, and is whether respondent number 4 was likely to be disposed to decide the matter only in a particular way. Millard, as your Lordships have held, Millard, bias is only a predisposition of mind to judge in a particular manner. Now, please take paragraph 16 and 17. It is the essence of a judgment that it is made after due observance of the judicial process. That the court or the tribunal passing it observes at least the minimal requirements of natural justice. But these are all my allegations, but I'll just mention the paragraph numbers. Is composed of impartial persons acting fairly and without bias and in good faith. A judgment which is the result of bias or want of impartiality is a nullity. And the trial quorum non judice. See so and so. Now the most important is para 17. As to the tests of the likelihood of bias, what is relevant is the reasonableness of the apprehension in that regard in the mind of the party. The proper approach for the judge is not to look at his own mind and ask himself, however honestly, am I biased? But to look at the mind of the party before him. Therefore, these are the high tests which has been laid down or framed. When judicial or adjudicatory process is undertaken by the court. But please consider, whether it is so unreasonable for my client to feel that this is an order which is a product of bias. Why? Because number one, the concerned judge has gone on air saying something against me. The honorable judge has gone on air saying that I wanted to issue a rule of contempt on him, but I couldn't because by the time I came back to court, the division bench had already looked into the matter. Therefore, my lord, the first thing is, therefore, my lord, I, my lord, request your lordship, my lord, today, in this recalling application, to put into, my lord, as in, my lord, in the testamentary jurisdiction, it is said, to sit in the armchair of the testator. Now, please sit in the armchair of the honorable judge who had passed this order. That I go on air saying good or bad things about a person, and thereafter, whether or not that person has come before me, I pass certain orders in his favor or against him. Therefore, what should have been the question which the judge should have posed to him? Well, my very respectful submission is, my lord, this order is vitiated because of these factors. And therefore, my lord, this order, in my very respectful submission, my lord, cannot, my lord, withstand, even for a minute, my lord. And that is why, my lord, the Supreme Court has, my lord, this is, my lord, I, my lord, as a practitioner of this court, but don't find, my lord, any pleasure in the Supreme Court directing that you take out a matter from the roster of a judge. This does not add to the glory of our High Court. This does not add glory to the traditions of our High Court. Therefore, my lord, please consider this thing, my lord, that this is the high tests that our judiciary has laid down. The judge is not going to analyze himself. The judge is going to take a back seat in an issue of bias. Therefore, my lord, today, my lord, now that the Supreme Court has direct the matters to be taken out from the honorable judge, my lord, I can only ventilate this before this court. Now, kindly see, my lord, a lot of things have been said that the Supreme Court has sent you back to the High Court. Supreme Court did not continue the interim order. Please have a look to these orders. Page 62. Well, please have a look to that. Please have a look to that page number 51 first. This is the first order. My adversaries were saying that how I could be affected by paragraph 19(4) of the order. Now see, my lord, what was submitted before the Supreme Court. Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, senior counsel for the petitioner, mentioned so and so for early listing. Having due regard to the urgency, so and so. Then para 3. Dr. Singhvi, senior counsel, has adverted to the observations contained in para 10 of the impugned order of the single judge, as well as the directions in paragraph 19(3) and 4, by which the Enforcement Directorate and the Central Bureau of Investigation have been directed to file a report of investigation in respect of a public speech stated to have been made by the petitioner. This was the grievance before the Honorable Single Judge. Dr. Singhvi submits that the directions issued by the single judge are wholly extraneous to the reliefs which were sought in the petition, and the petitioner is not included as a party to the proceeding. But I am making the same submissions before this court. In the background of 19(3) for the present, I am not troubling your lordship. In respect of 19(4) for the present. List this so and so. Till the next date of listing, there will be a stay of all actions against the petition and pursuance of the directions contained in the impugned order of the single judge dated such and such. But we cannot, my lord, expect that the Supreme Court, my lord, had passed a mechanical rubber stamp order. Even after noting that 19(3) and 19(4) were affecting my client. Now kindly take the next order at page 53. Dr. Singhvi, so and so, appearing for so and so, has annexed a translated transcript of the interview dated 19 September. Hey, এটা তো SLP তে ছিল, এটা কোথায়? দে না, দিদি SLP এর পাঠটা বের কর। Sorry, I did not look at this, but the translated copy of the interview was there in the SLP. It's part of the pleadings then. Dr. Singh has annexed a translated transcript of an interview dated 19 September of Justice Gangopadhyay on a news channel, ABP Anando. Copy of the transcript, so and so. The Registrar General of the High Court of Calcutta is directed to personally verify from Justice Abhijit Gangopadhyay as to whether he had been interviewed by Mr. Shumande of ABP Anando as noted above. The Registrar General shall file an affidavit before this court on so and so. List the special petition along with etc. also be listed so and so. The interim order passed by this court shall continue until the next date of hearing. Now please take me to the next order, which is 28th of April at page 56. Pursuant to, please take page 58. Pursuant to the order of the translation ওই জায়গাটা দেখো একটু কপি আছে সঙ্গে ওই জায়গাটা দেখো paragraph 30 টা মেলা Milord, page 58 para 2. Pursuant to the order of this court of 24th of April, the registry has placed an affidavit dated 27th April filed by the Registrar General of the High Court at Calcutta. The record on record, paragraph 5 of the affidavit of the Registrar General states. It is stated that on April 26, 2023 at about 7 p.m., His Lordship Honorable Justice Abhijit Gangopadhyay has been pleased to forward a note prepared by His Lordship in respect of Annexure P7, transcript version of interview Ghanta Khanek Songe Sumon, as prepared by the interpreting officer, Court of High Court Calcutta, original site, pursuant to His Lordship's direction, along with a CD containing the interview, which was broadcasted on ABP Anando and are annexed herewith, etc. We have considered the note prepared by Justice Gangopadhyay in respect of Annexure P7 and have also perused the transcript of the interview. The transcript has been authenticated on 26th April by the interpreting officer of the on the original site of the High Court. Having considered the transcript, we direct that the acting Chief Justice of the High Court shall reassign the pending proceeding in the case to some other judge of the Calcutta High Court. The judge to whom the proceedings are reassigned by the acting Chief Justice would be at liberty to take up all applications which may be moved in this regard. That's so as the first sentence of the third paragraph is concerned, my lord. In my very respectful submission, my lord, please permit me to say this, my lord, this is a slur on our High Court. But when, my lord, the Supreme Court, looking into a transcript, directs that the matter be taken up, my lord, it cannot be that the Supreme Court has done that mechanically. Well, it had swayed in the mind of the court that this matter cannot be heard by that particular honorable judge. Therefore, my lord, the Supreme Court felt it necessary that this matter cannot be allowed to be adjudicated by the judge who had passed the order. Now, please consider, my lord, at this stage, when the Supreme Court had relegated the matter to be assigned before another honorable single judge and felt that the judge should not take up this matter, but in my very respectful submission proves all my points. Because no one can expect that this is an order which has been passed, my lord, in the usual course, like dismissing an SLP. Then the second sentence of the third paragraph. The judge to whom the proceedings are reassigned by the acting Chief Justice would be at liberty to take up all applications which may be moved in this regard, specially petition disposed of. Now, my lord, the submission is that while disposing of, the interim order was not continued, therefore your lordship loses all right to extend the interim order. But what is being forgotten is the strong attitude that the Supreme Court has said, has taken in the matter, my lord, which is extremely unusual. In rarest of rare cases, my lord, this is done. Now, my lord, in due deference to what the Honorable Supreme Court has done, my lord, in my very respectful submission, requires, my lord, extension of the interim order, my lord, which has been initially passed by the Honorable Supreme Court. And the direction to take away the two litigations from the Honorable Judge itself puts a big question into the veracity of the order. Please forget, my lord, my allegations of bias. Please forget my allegations of violations of principle of natural justice. Please even forget the issue of lack of determination. But giving due deference to, my lord, the orders of the Honorable Supreme Court, my lord, in my very humble submission, where I would be submitting that, my lord, please continue or reimpose the interim order passed by this Honorable Court. Because why? The reason is, number one, in the application which was moved, no case made out. In the application moved, no prayer made. In the application, nothing said about me. Very little said by the petitioners, as your lordship has found from the orders, but nothing against me. Huge scam, this, that, etc. Many things have been said. We are not on that for the present, because I am not concerned with that. I am concerned with, my lord, certain directions which has been given by the judge, which was completely uncalled for, my lord, in the backdrop of the application, prayer, and submissions. So, my lord, without giving up all my points that I have urged, the submission is, my lord, that this order, in the backdrop of what stern action, if I may use this expression, the Supreme Court has taken, this order, my lord, in my very respectful submission, cannot be allowed to continue. And why is the CBI and ED objecting to this? They did not come before this court with this prayer. That is why I said, my lord, the court cannot supervise a investigation. It may monitor in certain cases. I'll address your lordship on that. Vinit Narayan's case, the fodder scam case, etc. Those are there. Even, my lord, on the allegations of bias, my lord, if today, my lord, we don't have that much time. But in the fodder scam case also, my lord, the allegations of bias which was made by the main accused was accepted by the court, by the Supreme Court. These all, my lord, followed, my lord, this 1998 volume 1 Supreme Court case. No, I'm sorry, Dinakaran's case. Therefore, my lord, please consider, my lord, whether, my lord, this order can be allowed to stay even for a minute. I'll take it. Only to assist your lordship, my lord, arekta copy hobe. Yes. Well, this is what was before the Honorable Supreme Court, which is part of my paragraph 30, my lord, of my application.
So this is the translation that you all have made,
Yes. No, that has been authenticated.
official one. I get it.
Because, my lord, page 58, your lordship finds where the Supreme Court says had been authenticated by the registry of this court. Now, please have a look to, my lord.
No, that is from the judge himself.
No, P7 was not the judge's note, my lord. P7 of the special lip petition.
That is your translation.
That has been authenticated. Please have a look to me.
Yes, yes, you read out just now.
I'm sorry, my lord.
You read out just now.
Yes. So P7, no, tai to lekha. We have considered the note prepared by in respect of annexure P7.
There are two translations, one by the party concerned and the other by the official translator prepared by the court. So the one that you are relying upon is your translation.
Milord,
Very well, you have put forward.
Subject to correction, Milord, please have a relook to this paragraph, Milord, at page 58. Please have a relook, Milord. It has two aspects, two parts. I may be wrong. Please look at it because I was not there in Supreme Court. But only going by the language of the order.
Yes, yes, we go by the language.
Language of the order. Please have a look. Milord, we have considered the note prepared by Honorable Justice Gangopadhyay in respect of P7. So the note is in respect of P7 is the one which is in the SLP then. And I've also produced the transcript of the interview. The transcript has been authenticated on 26th.
That is the judge obtained it from the official translator.
No. Milord, very simple, Milord. The judge has not, Milord, done anything, Milord, in any other vernacular that it required a transcript. The honorable judge, whatever note has been prepared by the honorable court, cannot be in any other vernacular that it had required a transcript. So what required a transcript was the interview, which was in Bengali vernacular.
Yes, yes.
Therefore, please look at this. The transcript has been authenticated. Transcript, not of the judge's note. Transcript of the interview.
Transcript of the interview.
And who has authenticated this?
Official translator.
Yes.
But that was prepared by the judge.
No.
How can this be authenticated? Where is the seal of authentication?
Well, that the Supreme Court notes, Milord. That the Supreme Court has noted must be, Milord, something was before the Supreme Court, where, Milord, the authentication was made.
In the course of argument, it will come. Let us see.
Wait. Now, Milord, if your lordship kindly permits me to place this, which was before the Supreme Court. Nothing, what was...
Read it. You have already mentioned about bias. I have followed that. This is your primary issue.
Yes.
That bias is there.
Yes.
I get it.
Yes. Now, Milord, therefore, Milord, I respectfully submit, Milord. Kindly hear it on a day, Milord, convenient to the court.
I'll hear it on Monday. You've made part submissions. There is no difficulty.
Let it be understood at least that they are not going to take any steps in the meantime.
In the event anything happens, the court is there. You can always come.
Saturday and Sunday.
The court is functioning 24/7.
Milord, it is true. It is
24/7 the court is functioning.
Milord, again, Milord, I had to tell the honorable judge on one day that why did you take up a matter at 9:30 in the night, and had to explain in your order that I usually remain in the chamber at till 10 o'clock. Somebody came to me, therefore I told him.
Listen, you just now you submitted that this was not the prayer of the ED or CBI, whoever it is. Still now, that is not the prayer. Nobody knows whether it is, but there is nothing on record, right? Why are you so apprehensive? We'll take it up on Monday. Monday itself it's a continuing matter. It will retain the position in the list. Let them take instructions and come back.
Well, could I say this then?
Yes.
Well, there were certain developments after the 13th April order was passed.
All
After
right.
the 13th April order was passed, CBI had summoned my client. Then, my lord, we filed the SLP. When the SLP was filed and, my lord, possibly the first order was passed, CBI issued another notice keeping in abeyance the summon. Well, let that be continued till your lordship hears out the matter. CBI themselves have kept it in abeyance.
Yes, if they have kept it in abeyance,
Yes,
then I don't know whether they are proceeding or not.
yes, that's why, my lord, I say, my lord,
Monday,
where
we,
where
till
the
Monday, we
where
are
the-
continuing with the matter till Monday, because the moment I stayed, I have to give an opportunity to your other side. Without hearing them, possibly it will not be right to stay. And
but
if you
actually,
want,
I am not praying for any stay. Let there be an understanding that they will not take any step till your lordship hears the matter next.
that the understanding can come from the parties. The court is not in the midst of it. If the parties say they will not take any steps, they will not take any steps. The court
My
is
senior
not-
is here to pursue your lordship on this.
No, no, you are here.
কোনটা দিলে?
Let that continue till Monday. This much assurance, my lord.
Why? Wait, the matter is continuing. Had the application been served earlier, firstly, the last day when it was taken up, there was no application. Simple oral prayer. Had this been there, at least the parties could have got ready. The court is here to listen the matter. And I'm here to sit and hear you. But it is only because of the non-availability of the instructions that the matter is being adjourned. It's not that the court is adjourning it suo motu, the court gets anything out of it by adjourning, because I have other matters in the list which has to be proceeded. It's not that I'll go to my chamber.
Well, what is
Right.
passing through my mind is
No rest.
how helpless the ED feels itself today because two numbers were not given. And my lord,
Not only the numbers, they
No,
got
well,
it
yes,
also
yes.
yesterday late evening, that is what has been submitted.
and how bold they were when they took this application before the coordinate bench without serving it.
Because of the charge was bolder than the parties.
They are in the right control.
If possible, my lord,
Okay,
kindly keep that. what was
One minute,
going on.
let me hear the ED and the CBI what they have got to say.
Milord, the first submission which I made in the morning, Milord, we are lacking instructions, Milord. So, Milord, heavens will not fall, Milord. Let the matter be taken.
Do you say that the heavens will not fall till Monday?
No, Milord will kindly not record anything. Milord, we are without, my Lord will kindly then appreciate. Monday, the matter appeared before your lordship. They could have filed this application on Wednesday, served it on us. Why they waited, nothing happened. They were not apprehension Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Thursday evening, they make it a point, and that is the order of the day that they serve it at the late hour. Now, my lord, we being lacking instructions, my lord, in such manner, my lord, I cannot make any submission of the cuff. My lord will kindly understand my predicament, my lord. I'm a creature of instruction, my lord.
An accused person has obtained an order of stay from this honorable court. When the first complaint seeks for vacating, the accused wants to have instruction from this client.
My lord, they should have come on Wednesday, my lord. What
I
prevented them?
can say this much, that the court is open 24/7. In case anything happens, you can always come. But as of now, nothing.
Outside.
Will I hear you on Monday, or would you like to make some submission today?
I was saying that I have to be added as a part. One of my application has.
Very well, we will see on Monday. Please come. Can 6.
Oh, my lord, only one thing, but before lordship starts, this transcript copy is with the London register. Kindly inquire it and get it.
These are not in dispute. The court has
Nobody is disputing.
To read it.
I
will It is not from the
orders
Let us read it.
But
Very
orders and discipline are to
Kindly record that.
So what is the use of going? You have put forward your claim, your allegation of bias.
They
If
don't
it
have
is
any
not
case at
disputed,
all.
Very well.
that I know. Every other
Very
side
well,
does
very
not
well.
have case always.
Bias.
That
I take it that you have a point on bias.
No, kindly read that. If it is not disputed, kindly read that.
Not necessary.
No, it is necessary.
Supreme Court
I-
has already
To,
passed
my lord,
on that.
appreciate the bias.
One minute, one.
As if this court is biased
And
against them. That is
six.
the tendency.
Who is appearing? Whose appearance?
Hey,
So far,
appearance, hey, appearance.
Everybody, please put in your appearances with the respondent, petitioner, plaintiff, applicant, whoever.
Plaintiff টা নেই, আর সব-
Anybody,
All appearance.
anybody
What
who's
will
not
say
here,
that
appearance will not be recorded. Mind it. A big list.
এই এতগুলো কি আমাকে
And
দিয়ে
six.
গেলে দেখ তোমাদের?
আমাদের
Heard detailed submissions made on behalf of the applicant. Stop. The learned advocates representing the respondents submits that copy of the applications were served upon them yesterday late evening, and accordingly necessary instruction could not be obtained. Stop. Next. List the matter for further hearing on Monday, 15th May at the top. Under the heading assigned matter.
ঠিক আছে।
হয়ে গেল তো এটা?
The
চলো।
applications being CAN 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 will appear along with CAN 6 on Monday. You take this back.
My lord, my
You
lord
want to
peruse
keep
that.
it?
No, no,
I
my
have
lord
perused
peruse
it.
that. It will lost his mind, so I kindly give it back.
Yes, এটা ফেরত যাবে. Put this in a folder.
My lord, so,
I understand, madam, the proposed intervener, madam, has concluded with the submissions.
No, no, not yet.
তুমি কিছু অ্যাবসেন্ট করো না, my lord is there.
Start.
Without
It has
telling-
not yet started.
This is warming up. This is warming up.
My lord, so, my lord, we are rest assured, my lord, if anything happens, my lord,
24/7.
yes,
The court is here.
yes. না, না, আমার মনে
Well, Mr. Basu is such a courageous man. Why should he avoid investigation? Chalo. Why are you avoiding investigation? I want.
Five আছে তো জাজমেন্টটা দেবো স্যার ফাইভ আছে এখন স্যার ফাইভ আছে আমার ফাইভটা মানে four judgment was there. Five.
না না তুমি আরো বড় লোকের হয়ে আছে
It is court's duty. Court's duty.
She is my sister.
Item number 5. there-
My lord, I am appearing for the applicant, my lord, I filed the review, it's our review,
Yes, your review has been dismissed.
my lord.
The details of the order will be put up in the server.
My lord.
Please take up.
My lord, may I prefer a urgent Xerox certified copy?
Certainly, it will be put up in the server.
Grateful, my lord.
এটা দুটোর সময় আছে দেখে পাঠিয়ে যাবে আচ্ছা করব না কোথায় যাবেন
স্যার নিয়ে যাবো এটা তো থাকবে তো সোমবার
এটা dismiss করে দিতে
ওকে রিভিউটা
Yes, call the next one.
হ্যাঁ অবশ্যই কারণ হচ্ছে
এটা খুলে গেছে। চেম্বারে।
Number 7. Pursuant to my lords. My lord was decided to call all the 4 committee members in leave matter, my lord. They appeared at 2 p.m. This matter,
Oh, this is to come at 2 p.m.
although there is no mention about
2 p.m.
people.
7 will be taken up at 2 p.m. Is your client appearing?
Board is showing 7-8.
It has been changed. It has been changed. Is your client appearing today? He is supposed to appear. Very well, let him come. None appears on behalf of the petitioner at the time of call. List the matter after the vacation.
Appearing for the petitioner, lost her brother. After that.
On the prayer made on behalf of the learned advocate representing the petitioner. List the matter after the ensuing summer vacation.
I am appearing for petitioner.
What is the matter?
That is that pipeline and intervening chambers.
Pipeline and intervening chambers. What happened thereafter?
After my lord call for the inspection. Or allowed inspection, further inspection.
That was conducted.
Yes, my lord. Conducted.
Did he show what were the illegalities at the time of inspection?
The entire system is illegal. The pipeline, the chambers, they are only showing that no water is there. My lord, they get it dried and then they clean that portion and then inspection was held. And I am what is praying, my lord. I am praying that the whole system, as the system is illegal, then pipeline should be removed and the chamber should be closed and demolished. I don't know why municipality is trying to remake the whole pipeline, and as they have already sent the notice to the petitioner on 19th May 2021. This was the demolition notice. Demolish the pipeline with intervening chambers within 7 days.
Which page?
Page number 22. Petition page number 22.
22.
Now they are trying to keeping all this.
Page number 22 is one letter of Dr. Anandita Boshak. Page 21. That you have.
Page number 21. Or if the pipeline is under the ground, they will use the system
Even after case will be disclosed, they will again use the system and discharging the water. Are you aware of the phone number of the learned advocate of the municipality? Get it from the Bar Association directory. Give a phone call. I'm passing it over. Let him come. Pass it. After vacation, Nan appears after vacation. I'm trying, my lord. Yes, please try.
Next matter, my lord, your lordship directed us to assess we have not yet assessed. If your lordship kindly take it up next week. Item number 13, my lord.
On the prayer. On the prayer of the learned advocate representing Bali municipality. I'll keep it after vacation.
After vacation.
Let the matter appear in the list immediately after the vacation, ensuing summer vacation. Intimate the petitioner. You are there?
My petitioner is engaged on another court room number 32.
Whatever, it will be after vacation.
Apology, my lord. And item number 12 and 13, all on a Sunday was called out. Because they are exhausted. Petition is also there. On non-appears for the petitioner, they just put it. It is after beginning. Our non-appearance will be very, at least for me, it will be very difficult. No, not me. Only 12 and 13.
All proceedings live streamed.
Now, this is also live stream, man. I'm mentioning it a lot. This is also live.
After the matter is taken up. After it is. In both the matters, you are there for the 12 and 13, record his name for the Howrah Municipal Corporation. You are for the petitioner. State. Oh, put it down in a piece of paper and hand it over.
এটা নিউ রিপোর্ট এই না এটা রেখে দাও তাহলে না ফার্ম রাখো
7-8 Millard. The 2 PM fix. In this matter, Millard, one item, Millard, I appear for the petitioners and the other Millard responded. In this matter, Millard, the installation of lift, Millard, in a particular premises is a subject matter of challenge. Second
Are
one,
the authorities here?
oh, Millard, I tell your lordship, I wish to file an objection to the report, Millard, subsequently filed by.
It is not your objection. I intended the authorities to be present here.
Yes,
Are
your
they
lordship,
here?
director of fire service present here, your lordship.
My lord, my officer, the DG building
Is
is
also
present.
here.
is present.
Yes, I want to hear them. Please come forward.
My lord, would it be your lordship's pleasure to,
কোনটা?
do I send them to the witness box?
No, no, I can hear it from here. Yes.
He is
You are
the
the-
director general building.
Building. Yes.
Ma'am.
And where are the others?
Lordship, the director fire emergency services also.
Please
here.
come forward. Please come forward.
Yes.
Who is the other one to appear?
Ma'am, I am Abhijit Pandey, Director, West Bengal Fire Services.
You are West Bengal Fire. Very well. One of the parties intend to install a lift, even if it is a small one. The other is objecting. What can be done? A solution. Keeping in mind the health issues nowadays, it's not a luxury anymore. If anything can be done, this is what the query of the court is. Whatever you all say, the court will accept. Because you all are the expert bodies. The court cannot come to an independent finding over here.
Well, the fire services, I understand, have made us, they have whatever report they have given earlier. Now they are giving us.
Revised one.
Yes, my lord.
What does it say? What is your revised report?
My lord, the last two paragraphs are important.
Read out, please. Everybody can hear.
It is pertinent to mention that this kind of residential housing complex comes under the category of high-risk building as per the government notification number so and attracts section 11C of West Bengal Fire Services Act with up-to-date amendments and needs to be obtained necessary fire safety certificate followed by fire safety recommendation. Then the last paragraph. Any addition and alteration, including installation of lift in the said building will be allowed subject to obtaining fire safety recommendation by providing necessary as built plan drawings as well as sanctioned plan drawings of the said existing complex, and finally fire safety certificate will be issued after necessary compliance of the said recommendation, which means that if
It is
these are
possible.
done, then we
Slight
will.
ray of hope has come.
Yes, from there.
But then last week we saw, or this week, there was an accident and a person died also. In the lift. So the authorities should be extremely cautious while coming up with an opinion as to what to do, because relying upon your opinion, the court is going to pass order.
My lord can keep it in your.
I
lordship's
have
file.
given I have given the report in.
Wait, everything will be circulated.
Probably,
then-
my lord, the fire service has given a report in the
Report.
seal cover.
Yes, sir.
Very well. What
Same-
will be the
Now,
opinion of the
Adketa.
DG?
DG bill, ma'am, we don't have any objection for it's a small lift.
It is a, yes, a small lift.
No objection from building department.
No objection.
Yes,
Are you sure?
yes, ma'am. Subject to compliance of fire recommendation.
Certainly.
Yes, ma'am.
Certainly.
We don't have any objection.
You don't have any objection. Who is the other one?
The Chief Architect Housing Board.
Yes, what will be your submission?
Lordship, my submission has already been submitted to the
Yes.
council and to the court. I feel if KMC, as per their building rules, they find it correct, and the fire services department, they have the parties complying with their regulations, then considering that ailing, aged people are living at the upper floors, I think it can be done if they so permit.
Please do not point fingers at anybody. You
If
say
you-
the DG says the fire service, you say the fire service. So it's a triangle. Please come to an unanimous opinion what to do. I give you some time. You all can talk amongst themselves. The advocates are there, the parties, I don't know whether they are there or not. But then you all can talk amongst yourselves and come up with an opinion. The court is going to record and finish it off. It's pending from quite some time. Every day this is being delayed. One says yes, one says no.
I'm not saying so, Milord. I have a definite issues, Milord. Kindly cease, Milord, in my.
Whatever issues you have, please sort it out. The officers are here.
Milord, I tell your lordship only two things. That your lordship's, Milord, kind consideration of the situation. I have nothing to say. But I regard one thing. Milord, sometimes it is not a confrontation with the court. I am saying, Milord, since your lordship has created an argumentative trial, I say the same DG building, the same fire authority, while constituting a committee, Milord, have come to a definite finding. One of the findings, two findings, one of which, Milord, is the structural stability. Unfortunately, Mr. Ganguly, which was a report, subsequent report, taken, Milord, 2nd March 2023, heavily relied on by DG building, Milord. There is no finding with regard to the structural stability, which court wants to emphasize on. Court wants to know this, because it's a question of security and safety.
Certainly.
Other people.
Please, I will hear you. I will hear you.
Now, Milord,
Don't interrupt.
Now, Milord, the report, court has to be satisfied, because court says that I will rely on the expert. So far as this time is concerned, both of them, they are verbally submitted. But on record, there is a definite finding of the authority consisted of 4 experts. Now that observation or findings have not been abolished by reason of subsequent a single man report. Number one.
There is no single man report. I have called all 3 together.
No, I said, Milord, that 4 persons have come.
I have heard you. I have heard you. I have followed. I have seen the reports. And this is the reason I wanted their personal presence.
I'm extremely grateful. Now, the question is, my objection, if your lordship can circulate it. Here I say, a person suffering from carcinoma, aged about more than 70 is octogenarian, I am told, subject to kind verification. He is suffering, he is residing at top floor. He also said, that my safety is because I do not wish to have this. And I am saying that individuals' desire and wish or convenience or inconvenience, must be weighed with the other people.
Certainly, the structural stability issue will be taken up for consideration.
KMC's opinion with the passage of time. I am not saying that the whole opinions must be static. It is subject to change. But within a very short span of period, some change leaves a room for doubt. Why?
Whatever doubt you have, clear it out. The DG is here.
It is here.
You please clear it out, whatever you have doubts.
It is sufficient. That is what I have said in my report. Why DG has not emphasized the materials, the other relevant materials, factors to be considered while considering the structural stability of the building with reference to area and height. And what is the tension? That has to be owned by the building.
Yes, yes.
Where are those findings?
Findings will come. Please take some time to sit with them. Over here today itself. Today itself, the high-ranking officials, it may not be possible for them to appear in court every occasion, and it is not very desirable also. Right. It is only because of a stalemate condition that it has been called.
If your lordship kindly directs them, because the high officials are there, if they cause an inspection at the building premises, including this gentleman, holding a very high post of the KMC, in their presence, my clients will be there.
Their clients will be there. Let there be a decision.
Please, the court is trying to find a solution. Why? Raising your voice will not help. At least not with this bench.
All of them visited the spot. Court verification was done. Thereafter report was submitted.
I never said so. I said that
If I say no, will you be happy? Why are you doing like this? What is the requirement of bringing all these officials to court? For what purpose?
Their opinion is not come with objection and take time so that everything can again be inquired.
এইভাবে হবে না। It
Second
cannot be done in this.
position,
My lord, I have
Otherwise, I have to say no.
My lord, in my
Second inquiry, there will be 20th inquiry. What will happen?
particularly my lord, this the road bearing company is also
Milord, I tell your lordship.
Neither you nor the court are expert.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely, Milord. I bow down to.
The experts are over here. They will take a
Yes,
decision on
yes,
themselves.
yes, and
The
Milord,
court is not going
I
to
am
say
here
anything.
to assist your lordship.
Yes.
And
please.
Milord, only one thing, I request your lordship to take note of the West Bengal Lifts, Escalators and Travel Act 2019. Of late, this legislation has come, and this section 5, Milord, is very clear when none of the authorities has taken pain to consider, Milord, while making this report. No owner of any premises shall, on or after the commencement of this act, install lift or escalator or travelator in such premises except under in accordance with the permission granted under this act. Every application for permission, install lift or escalator or travelator shall be made to the chief electrical inspector in such form, specifying in such particular and payment of such fees in such manner as may be prescribed. On receipt of an application under subsection 2, the chief electrical officer shall, after making such inspection, as it is necessary, either grant or refuse to grant permission, provided the chief electrical inspection shall authorize an officer not below the rank of inspector of leads to discharge the function for the purposes of this section. Provided further, before refusing permission, the chief electrical inspector of the officer duly authorized in his behalf shall give the applicant an opportunity of being heard. Permission granted under such and such in such form shall be subject to such terms and conditions, shall be varied for a fair period as may be prescribed, and as shall be renewable by the said officer from time to time on sufficient cause being shown. On grant of permission under subsection 3, the owner of any premises shall get lift or escalator travelator erected or installed by approved contractor holding a valid license or to erect or install such lift or escalator or travelator. This is one part of the electric part, and these are the other part is which your lordship was apprehending. Milord, is this in absence of any mathematical precision or certainty? If, Milord, this is, Milord, this appears to the court that there is certain danger, Milord.
Do you think when the high-ranking officials are here, it will be done without looking into all details? Certainly not. Let the authorities take
That is why I bow down. I said, Milord,
Yes.
let all the authorities go there in
No, no.
presence of.
First of all, whatever documents you all have, please you all can go out, sit somewhere and take, at least don't scratch your head.
Sorry.
You may have other matters. So what?
So far as I am concerned,
He is thinking that the court will not follow.
morning,
এই চুপ করুন না।
he ran and he came. And my lord, pardons me to use Bengali. ঘর্মাক্ত কলেবরের মূল্যায়ন হলো না। The matter was withdrawn. So I said কি ঘর্মাক্ত কলেবরের মূল্যায়ন হলো না? বলে না হলো না। So he's.
No, Milord.
Please, I'm passing it over.
No, my lord, so far as I
Whatever
am concerned,
documents you
my
have.
lord, so far as I am concerned, I tell your lordship,
Yes,
I am the last authority to put my signature.
right.
And unless all the formalities
Certainly.
under the other laws are completed, my officer is not going to put his signature.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I'm grateful.
তাহলে আমরা এনার সাথে কথা বলবো।
হ্যাঁ,
এনার
ইনি
সাথে-
আছেন, ইনি আছেন, উনি আছেন।
What time? 4 o'clock. The matter will be taken up at 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock. Well, just 15 minutes before that,
Yes, 4:45.
4:45.
Very well.
Grateful to my-
4:45.
তাহলে একটা ঘরে বসে কথা।
26 চলে যাওয়া।
And the clients and everybody with all documents, the authorities are here. Try to find out a solution.
গিয়ে কথা বলে।
There is one Passover matter.
11.
Is your other side here?
11.
Is your other side here?
I called him for 5 times and sent SMS also in his 2 numbers, but no reply is there.
No reply. I'll make it not today, come back on Monday. Intimate him.
Yes.
Milord 14, we beg to appear on behalf of the private respondents, Milord.
I hand over the supplementary affidavit, Milord, in terms of your lordship's
Milord.
last order.
Has it been circulated?
Yes,
Milord, NKDA is, Milord,
all the,
the answering respondent, main answering respondent, NKDA.
Can they appearing?
yes, Milord, NKDA lawyer was here, Milord. I served upon the,
Who is the counsel?
Milord, a lady counsel was here.
Tulisina bolo.
I served the
The
supplement.
gender is not important. I wanted to
Milord,
know the name.
I forgot.
Milord,
Tulisina.
Oh, she's appearing for the NKDA.
Yes. Milord, if your lordship goes through the order, Milord, the prime contention was
নাম দিয়ে দিয়ে সবার নাম দিয়ে দেন, চারজনের নাম দিয়ে।
demolition notices were issued in gross contravention of the section 82, subsection 1, clause C of the NKDA Authority Act 2007. And secondly, even after the occupancy certificate was issued, taxes were received, the demolition notices were served. No inspection, no inquiry, no opportunity of hearing was given to my client, being a registered cooperative society. Your lordship was pleased to grant an interim order which will expire on 17th.
Milord, upon my complaint, Milord, my instruction is this, Milord, upon my complaint, Milord, several inspections were made. Thereafter, Milord, NKDA authority has arrived at a decision.
For the private respondent.
Private respondent, Milord, construction has been made, Milord, after sanction plan, Milord, and after obtaining CC. And Milord, construction has been made on the common premises, which is, Milord, meant for all the, Milord, cooperative members.
Milord,
Construction has been made by the petitioner.
Lordship, Milord.
Independent, individual, private construction.
Yes, Milord, on the common spaces, which is meant for all the cooperative members. It's a cooperative housing state, Milord.
Yes.
So, Milord, I have, Milord, photographs are there, your
So
lordship.
something to.
Photographs are there, Milord, and I have, Milord, sanction plan, Milord, I have brought with me, Milord, sanction plan, but photograph would say, Milord, that they have erected construction, Milord, after, Milord, CC.
he is appearing for the NKD.
And Milord, I am raising the, Milord, preliminary point of maintaining of this writ petition because there is a provision for appeal, Milord. It's an appealable order, Milord.
I cannot follow from the photograph. Outside room,
Those are.
left side room.
Or 5. Yes. 5. Milord, the he is appearing.
For appearing conduct of
ছোট ম্যাপটা কোথায়?
I do not want to see your engagement letter. I want your instructions.
lordship, then lordship, I'm praying for 1 day time lordship, if you want Tuesday lordship.
Please come.
Milord, then
Milord, what, Milord,
Milord, interim
Milord,
order
subject to your lordship sanction, Milord. Milord, he has not, Milord, denied that the illegal construction has not been made. If your lordship kindly goes through the writ petition, his only grievance is that, Milord, no, statutory notices has not been sent to him, no inspection has been made.
Otherwise, the impugned order of demolition has to be set aside.
Yes.
So, Milord,
Authority
it is his
come.
complaint, Milord.
Let
Yes,
the authority come.
yes,
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 come.
yes, yes.
Interim order is up to 17th, I'm praying it on 16th, let the matter appear on 16th, Tuesday.
Sorry, madam.
Milord, before vacation, your lordship kindly hears out the matter. Milord, before vacation.
Absolutely not.
Milord, the construction has been made on the, Milord, portion of the, Milord, belongs to, Milord, all the, Milord, cooperative members.
The vacation is for only 10 working days.
Yes.
Lordship.
So
Well, it would take, Milord, not more than 5 minutes. Milord, before prior to,
giving 5 seconds is becoming difficult.
Yes, Milord.
Milord, for our benefit, your lordship kindly.
See annexure P2,
Look at the
Milord,
benefit of the court also.
everything will
Don't
become
put so
apparent.
much of pressure.
Let-
Learned advocate representing NKDA seeks time to take instruction in the matter. Stop.
আর কি বলবো?
On such prayer, let the matter stand adjourned till 14th of June 2023. Stop. The interim order that is subsisting in the matter is extended till 23rd June 2023 or until further order, whichever is earlier.
Milord, point of maintainability is kept open. Milord, it's an appealable order, Milord.
Point of maintainability as raised by the respondents is kept open to be decided at the time of final hearing of the writ petition.
Milord, in the meantime, Milord, we file opposition, affidavit in opposition, Milord.
Affidavit filed in court is taken on record. Do you wish to file opposition?
দরকার নেই।
Much more time.
Up to you. The court will not stand in the way.
No, Milord, no, Milord, দরকার নেই।
Then I am entitled to file a reply.
You file a
Yes.
report.
Yes, yes.
The, not the NKDA is
Report
directed to file a report taking into consideration the submission of the petitioner that the impugned order of demolition has been passed without affording an opportunity of hearing to the petitioner.
Then kindly give it on the last week of June.
কেন ভাই?
Week of June.
No, Milord, no. Milord, we are suffering an interim order. Milord, second week of June, Milord. We are suffering an interim order, Milord.
Make it returnable on 22nd of June.
Yes.
And the interim order is till 30th of June.
Yes.
Take back the photographs.
Yes.
Report by way of affidavit.
The parties to act on server.
Is it required to be mentioned?
Yes.
My lord, in this matter, Ms. Sushmita Shahadatta is appearing for the petitioner, my lord.
Yes, I'm appearing in state.
My lord, she is suffering from severe knee pain, my lord. I am praying for not today. My lord, I am appearing for the Raiganj municipality. My lord, wanted to see the latest position of the gradation list of the petitioner's name and the respondent's name as to where they situate. My lord,
Keep it with you. We'll see it on the next day.
my lord.
Please come. An accommodation has been sought for on behalf of the learned advocate representing the petitioner. Stop. Let the matter appear in the list after the ensuing summer vacation.
Lordship, today is supposed to file a report. Just now.
Let me see. What is the matter?
Lordship, kindly come to the writ petition. Petitioners are the owners with respect to the different lands. Now, Lordship, initially a project was undertaken in the land of the petitioner. That is the for solid waste management project. Now, Lordship, they refused to continue the project in my land. Now, subsequently, Lordship, some unauthorized construction has been raised at the instance of the private respondents. Now, Lordship, your Lordship's last notification directed to file a report in the form of an affidavit by the concerned municipality stating the status of the alleged construction. Now, in this report, also kindly see the very interesting how this chairman has affirmed this affidavit.
Where is the affidavit?
Affidavit filed by the chairman of the concerned
Oh, on the last occasion.
location.
All right. Yes.
Kindly see the report.
Did you get today's report? Today's report
I have
just got. Go through it. Come back.
Well, also before that, let's only one thing. In the report, I'm not giving travel to see all these things. In the report, the concerned municipality chairman himself affirmed this affidavit that in these land or particularly plots, there is no construction. All these alleged construction beyond these plots. Subsequently, your lordships, I raised objection, also exceptions. Your lordship directed the concerned lordship, the additional district land and land reforms officer to conduct an inquiry. Lordship, the inquiry has been conducted.
and the DLRO has submitted the report.
Who is appearing for the state here? Sushovan Sengupta, Srikanta Paul.
Mr. Sushovan Sengupta, learned advocate, and Mr.
So a report has come from the ADM.
Now the report has come from the ADM. I have perused the report. In the report, let's say one of the plot of the petitioner, there is an unauthorized construction admitted. Whereas the concerned chairman on oath said there is no construction. Let's say kindly take an exception to this.
I'll take, but after the vacation. Please come.
And let's say this is not an affirmed affidavit. This is a
report, single page report along with a bunch of documents. Single page report signed by Somnath Roy, Sub-Assistant Engineer, Bishnupur Municipality on 6th May 2023, along with a bunch of reports. Have been placed before this court. Stop. Copy of the same handed over to the learned advocate representing the petitioners. Stop. Let the matter appear in the list immediately after the ensuing summer vacation.
So under the heading for it is run.
Very well, 4 orders.
Yeah.
I am appearing for the respondent number 7.
Petitioner is not here.
That Jamuna Mandal.
That is not matter of fake person who is represented by the constituted attorney, that police officer.
What is to be done today?
Well, I will kindly take the report.
Yes, please give.
This is with respect to the construction only.
Regarding construction, is there any unauthorized construction?
No plan as per our record.
That means,
Unauthorized. Photographs.
no, it may be that the plan was obtained when it was in a panchayat area.
But it is within the jurisdiction of erstwhile Vidhannagar municipality.
So you have all records of the municipality?
Yes.
No plan?
No plan.
Who made the construction? The private respondent?
Yes, private respondent. I mean, like kindly take it up Monday, but we have checked it up whether there is a plan.
And if he has a plan, let him produce it.
Yes, produce.
Like kindly make it Monday.
Please come.
Photocopy করে দিই আপনাকে আমাকে যে একটাই আছে বাইরে
None appears on behalf of the petitioner at the time of call.
xerox করে দিয়ে দেব
A report has been filed by the engineers of the Vidhannagar Municipal Corporation, signed on 21st February 2023, wherefrom it appears that the plot number BD 386, Salt Lake City, Sector 1, Culcutta 64, was inspected on 21st February 2023, and it has been found that one single-storied structure was constructed.
This inspection was without any notice to us. This inspection, they have suo motu done without any notice.
Man, had there been a notice,
I have
the
pointed
plan would
out
have
that
been
in the
definitely
initial
appeared.
Was constructed, but according to the records of the municipal corporation, there is no sanctioned building plan for raising construction
But I have a
over
sanction
the
plan.
said plot of land. Stop. Learned advocate representing the petitioner? No, private respondents. Submits upon instruction that construction has been made strictly in accordance with the plan sanctioned. You have it with you?
Yes.
Right now?
Yes.
Show it to learned friend, the date.
এটা দেখো আর আমাকে এটা দাও, তুমি এটা নাও, আমাকে এটা দাও।
The as the now a photocopy of the plan has been produced in court. Stop. Next. The private respondent is granted liberty
মানে প্ল্যান অফ
Produce.
1980s, my lord. Yes.
to produce the
Because allotment of
concerned plan
আচ্ছা, নতুন
Yes.
এখন।
before the Vidhannagar Municipal Corporation for inspection within a fortnight from date. Stop. The said plan will be inspected by the concerned authority of the Vidhannagar Municipal Corporation to ascertain its veracity. Stop. Next.
ও আচ্ছা আচ্ছা।
A further report shall be filed by the Vidhannagar Municipal Corporation upon verification of the said plan on the adjourned date. List on 20th of June 2023 marked for orders.
But your lordship had noticed, my lord, the division benches order, my lord. There, my lord, they tried to, my lord, here the writ petitioner is a fictitious person that has been proved. Your lordship's order that, my lord, directing investigation by the person who has executed the power of attorney in his favor. But now he is being arrested. He has got.
He has been arrested?
Yes, he has initially got a protection, my lord, by the division bench.
Yes.
And also the, my lord, municipality.
He was a
showed-
police officer.
Yes.
He has been arrested.
Yes. Subsequently, my lord, the division bench didn't interfere your lordship's order. Thereafter, he has been arrested. Now, my lord, all this inquiry will be done in this writ petition, wherein, my lord, it has been found even by the division bench that this is a my lord, fictitious writ petition. No one even is there who has preferred this writ petition. The original Jamuna Mandal has, my lord, appeared before the division bench. Appeared before your lordship. That was not that lady. The original Jamuna Mandal ultimately appeared before the division bench. This was the order.
The
No,
petition is
the-
untraceable now.
Yes,
But that's
just
why, my lord,
imagine.
whether this, all this inquiry can be done in this writ petition.
has been
Kindly consider that aspect.
and under the in terms of the order of honorable division bench, my lord, my officer, my lord, produced that person, that lady, my lord, is totally different. And my lord, the
No,
person.
that was evident from the report filed by the police.
And my lord, the person, the police officer who is
Jagadish Mukherjee.
acting as promoter, he has been, my lord, against him, my lord, Vidhannagar, my lord, North Vidhannagar police station started case.
Very well.
And
Let
he
us
has-
come on the
Kindly
next day.
consider, my lord, whether
Yes,
in
I
this writ
understand.
petition that this inquiry can be done by your lordship. When the
No inquiry, they say there is no plan. You produce a plan,
Let
finish
him
it off.
produce if there is
Yes,
a plan,
yes,
my
You
lord.
have a plan, finish it off.
Let-
Regarding another construction, division held that get another construction. The matter is open and a lawsuit.
There is no observation regarding.
No, openly, my lord, the honorable.
Yes, that is.
That is
Tell
observed.
me if there is a bar, then I will not do. Otherwise, yes.
Then, this matter may be disposed of, my lord.
One more day, one more day, then dispose.
20 June. But 18 meter, Devajyoti Basu is appearing for the Huldia municipality. Devajyoti Basu, my
Who is appearing?
lord. Devajyoti Basu,
You are there for the Holdia municipality?
my senior. Devajyoti Basu. He is coming, my lord.
No, but then you are also there. Then?
So I have.
No adjournment.
I appear for response number 5.
See the two orders. I filed them.
First,
your
you are
lordship.
saying for state.
On the last occasion.
Agreed bole diya. I am for the petitioner, my lord, in this present case. Your lordship kindly see the order, two orders. First, my lord, 25th January 2023. And second order is,
Tell
That-
me in short what is there. If I have to go through all these papers, then it will take time. Tell me what you want.
my lord, as per your lordship direction, bolo je report দিয়েছো কিনা?
As per the lordship direction, we have already deposited amount.
Lordship, there was a direction on the.
My lord, your lordship kindly,
I've already
due
filed
to nil
for-
performance, they have not extended our tenure. Your lordship directed to file a report by stating That two things are there. At the initial
The
stage,
writ petition, your opposition is voluminous than the writ petition.
but there is no report, there is no findings with regard to the direction.
Did
Your
you
Lordship,
receive a
kindly-
copy?
Yes, I have given a copy.
Do you
I have
intend
also,
to file an objection?
I have already
Reply?
filed.
Where is it?
Not filed, I have prepared.
Give.
Oh, yes, that is just, I have already served to them.
Very well. Then it will be taken up for hearing, not now.
Lordship.
No, Your Lordship, kindly see,
May I
Your Lordship,
indicate I am appearing for state, though no copy has been served upon the state. of
Which copy?
Opposition and reply.
Give her a copy, please.
No, no,
Opposition as well as the reply.
no, Your Lordship,
Everything should
kindly
be
see.
given.
Your Lordship, kindly see. Report, Your Lordship directed for filing report. Your Lordship, kindly see the order that municipalities according directive file a report annexing document assessing performance of initial period of 2016 and subsequent period of contract extended to 118. But from the report, it will reveal that as per your direction, there is no whisper about it.
Very well, we will hear it. Please
Yes.
come.
Then let it appear under the same
Yes.
heading. Otherwise, my lord-
No, for orders, hearing and for orders are different.
My lord,
Things.
may I
Forward
say
is-
one thing?
is for disposal.
My lord, may I say one thing subject to my lord's,
Um,
my lord, one,
Report by way of an affidavit.
my lord, we would like to use a reply because may I say this?
filed on behalf of the Holdia municipality.
My lord, may I say this? My lord, they have used, my lord, certain documents.
There too. Filed by the petitioner. Stop.
My lord, may I,
The matter is required to be heard. Stop. Let the same appear for hearing immediately after the reopening of the ensuing summer vacation.
my lord, they have used certain documents beyond the writ petition. My lord, those documents which we could not deal.
Affidavit in opposition and the reply be served upon the learned advocate representing the state. Where is the receipt?
Receipt, my lord, we have submitted it, sir.
Showing deposit of rupees 10,000 be written with the records.
My lord, they have used certain documents in their opposition which were not part of the petition.
Let us see. We'll
My
see.
lord, only, my lord, may I come up with a counter dealing with the document? My lord, those documents were not,
Never end.
my lord, they,
Never ending.
my lord, they have brought some documents, my lord, which were not at the part of the writ petition. I have a right to deal that. But I only say this, my lord, while I use
Of hearing, if we see that these documents are.
my lord,
required,
then my lord,
we'll
kindly record this. But otherwise, my lord, they would take it, my lord, that since we did not pray for any, my lord, so far as indulgence, kindly record that. Kindly record that we have sought for and lordship will decide it at time of hearing.
Let no recording, nothing.
My lord, he has brought certain, my lord, third story by way of a affidavit.
Please call the next matter.
My lord, one prayer may I make?
What for that prayer?
The prayer Your Lordship directed for immediately it will appear
For hearing.
for hearing. Pray for fixing a date because I am suffering.
Item 80.
The next matter.
Deeply, my lord, great.
My lord, I am for the petition.
Yes.
My lord, on the last occasion, one affidavit has been received, served on behalf of Asansol Durgapur Development Authority, respondent number 4 and 5. My lord, there are many judgments, many correspondences and judgments. My lord, everything culminates into, my lord, if my lord comes to page 25, P6. This is an order dated 24th August 2022, issued by the Commissioner Durgapur Municipal Corporation for demolitions, for self-demolition, page 25, my lord.
This is not a so easy case.
Not so easy.
Not so
Difficult.
easy. Let me finish, then you will.
And.
My lord, he is appearing for the respondent number.
I will submit before
Durgapur.
you.
Yes. Everything, I have read everything, I have culminated and things culminate into this. Thereafter, my lord, kindly turn to the next page, order page 26, P7. And P7 relevant page is P20, page 28. Middle paragraph. In view of the above, the instant writ petition is disposed of by directing the Commissioner Durgapur Municipal Corporation to take a decision with regard to the application made by the petitioner for grant of post facto approval, which was filed by the writ petitioner in that writ petition, who is
Private respondent.
6 and 7. 6 and 7. So that in that writ petition, my lord,
this has been passed, this order has been passed that directing the Commissioner Durgapur Municipal Corporation to take a decision with regard to the application made by the petitioners for grant of post facto approval of the construction made by the petitioners in accordance with law at the earliest, but positively within a period of 12 weeks. 12 weeks from the date of order is 15 September 2022. If I leave September, then from October, there are more than 12 weeks have been lost, or 12 months. Probably. Then penultimate paragraph, till a decision is taken with regard to the prayer for post facto approval, the Commissioner Durgapur Municipal Corporation is restrained from giving any effect or further effect to the order of self-demolition dated August 24, 2022, impugned in the present writ petition. That I have shown.
Has any order been passed thereafter?
No order has been passed. We have not received any communication from the end of Durgapur or from the end of municipality. No proceeding has been informed. Now, my lord, after filing the writ petition, I have received one communication from the end of the This is the communication. Notice for hearing for proper adjudication of WPA 281-2017-2022. That is the instant writ petition. This is to my lord, I am handing over one copy. This is the
What is
original I have
the-
received. I
When
have one.
was the hearing held?
For hearing they have called, and earlier there was many hearing earlier also. There from the experience or bad experience, the petitioner chose not to appear personally. He sent his submission or statements by way of sending email. So his statements, he is saying, according to him, everything is within the scope of the record. Showing my face or my personal appearance will not improve or do anything or alter anything in the record. So everything is appearing from the record. From the record of the respondent, even Adda, that is Asansol Durgapur Authority, it is appearing that they have not issued NOC in respect of the concerned disputed land. My lord, that affidavit, my lord, I am referring paragraph 9.
You want the structure to go?
Yes. Structure to demolish.
Very well, I've followed.
It's a cooperative, your lordship has seen, my lord, is ex-serviceman, defense person, defense colony. Now, my lord, what happened? My lord, I apprised before your lordship's court saying that my post facto approval is pending. Your lordship has suspended the order of, my lord, the demolition on the point that yes, first you consider the post facto approval and thereafter you proceed. My lord, thereafter this writ petition has came up before your lordship's court. On the last occasion, your lordship has noticed that ADDA's submission that it is the Asansol Durgapur Development Authority who will first issue the no objection. Thereafter, the DMC can proceed according to the no objection issued by the ADDA. And I have shown before your lordship various communication that hearing was being given by the ADDA authority, but no decision is being communicated. Your lordship asked for a report from the ADDA, which has been filed on the last occasion, which has been filed by the last occasion, wherein the Asansol Durgapur Development Authority have said they have not yet taken any decision. So your lordship was of the view that your lordship should give a time-bound manner within which the authority will take its decision. If they do not give me any no objection, then the law will take its own course. But they cannot keep it pending. That's why the application was being filed. In the meantime, a hearing notice was being issued by the Durgapur Municipal Corporation. We have apprised the corporation that till the date the Asansol Durgapur Development Authority do not take the decision, you cannot proceed with. This is the real picture. And the report came wherein they have admitted that though hearing is being conducted, but no decision is being taken. Now the ADDA can throw light on it, what is the present position?
No,
I am appearing for the.
But the fact is that the buildings are not of today. That is of 78 years before there are schools and everything's like that. ADDA has to take a decision. And it is not that straightway that demolition order will pass as if no plan is made. At that time, there was not.
Very well, let me hear it.
And second thing is, we have called them for a hearing for determining it. The petitioner
Did not come.
they are so arrogant that
He's explained for membership. That's why.
for that I came running here to say before your lordship. They are so arrogant that directly saying that we will not go. We are before the honorable court. If honorable court do not give any reason, we will go to the Supreme Court. Now, my lord, they have given me a phone also, that what your corporation is doing. So these type of persons, if I come with an affidavit, my lord will see what they are saying. This type of persons.
Very well, Adda.
My lord, in my report, I have stated that, yes, we have received certain, my lord, applications from the private respondent cooperative society. But the difficulty is that, my lord, at the time there was a difficulty, is that, my lord, we had to take a decision in the board meeting. And thereafter, after filing this report, the board has decided to forward the revised plan that has been provided to us by the private respondent to the urban development department. Lord, the report, my lord, the board resolution and the letter, my lord, forwarding it to the urban development department, my lord, I have.
What is the role of the urban development over here?
My lord, let me explain. My lord, urban development department, my lord, is the parent department under which ADDA functions.
Right.
This is a chunk of land where the cooperative society made some residential complex and all. Thereafter, now they are trying to revise the entire plan to bring up some marketplaces and etc. etc.
That has not been constructed.
That is proposed. But that's a disputed question of fact. Now, after the land allotment policy has come into my lord courts, we have to take a permission from the state, my lord, state concerned department to revise such a big plot of land. That is why it has been forwarded to the urban development department.
And you will take some more time.
My lord, I have prepared a supplementary affidavit. May I be taken
Yes,
on record?
please.
And circulating. My lord.
Copy.
And the petitioner wants demolition immediately.
Yes, my lord,
One
because
of the
my
members-
submission is this. Revision or post facto permission or approval will arise only when, my lord, into my understanding as per law, that when there is some break of law or violation of law to some extent, like extension of veranda or extension of something which is not beyond permissible limit.
When
Here
was
the
this
construction is total building.
When was the construction made?
Construction meant that I do not know, my lord. I have been pursuing them for for demolition, and the demolition order has been passed. That is 24th August. I have been pursuing from the very beginning, and the construction caused by a person who is not a member also, and his membership has been cancelled by the arbitrator, land arbitrator in cooperative department. He made application. He made a preferred appeal before the cooperative tribunal, and that is pending.
What is pending?
He is not an ex-serviceman also.
Please come.
What is pending before
The
ADDA?
concern,
Your lordship
the
kindly-
person
That the
behind him,
submission that you made, that all documents are over there, you go and read it. The court doesn't take it in good light. All the papers are over here. So there is no requirement of y'all. Y'all may leave. You want,
I beg.
do you want that to happen?
No, I do
Then-
not. I do not.
What is this type of submission? All the papers are there. The email has been forwarded. What is the requirement of passing orders for
I beg
giving
apology, my
opportunity
lord.
of hearing?
This expression I have
Please
given.
advise your client to cooperate.
Yes, that should be.
Such adamant attitude
My lord, may I request
does
this?
not help.
Yes, yes,
It is for you to advise your client.
yes. I should counsel, and I have already conveyed him.
Because the paper is here, the writ petition is here. So
Papers are here. Why? What were we here?
what is your requirement? Do you get it?
Yes, yes.
Lord, only one thing, my lord, may I prior to your lordship dictate the judgment. Kindly once looks at their report filed on earlier occasion, page 32 of the report. What is pending
We'll
before
see
the
later on.
ADDA is, my lord, three things. One is the revised
Supplementary affidavit to the report in the form of affidavit on behalf of the respondent numbers 4 and 5 filed in court today is taken on record. Stop. It has been submitted by ADDA that the papers in connection with the instant case have been forwarded to the urban development department. The authority is awaiting a reply from the end of the department. Stop. Next. It transpires at the time of hearing that a hearing was conducted by the Durgapur Municipal Corporation. Stop. The petitioner refused to participate in the hearing and has only forwarded an email with his submission. Step next. The conduct of the petitioner cannot be appreciated. Step. When an opportunity of hearing has been granted to the petitioner, he ought to have participated in the hearing process. Step. Next. Be that as it may, since the matter is presently pending before the Urban Development Department, ADDA is directed to pursue the matter with the department so that the issue in question can be resolved. Step. Next. The matter stands adjourned till 21st of June 2023, when the same will appear in the list marked for orders.
Grateful.
Madam, for the petitioner, my lord.
But I'm for the private respondents.
My lord, last occasion, you also directed the municipality, the municipal corporation, to inspect the local to see whether the building has been demolished or not. The municipality is required to file a report.
I have got the report.
What does the parties say? Has it been demolished?
This, my lord, we have demolished the unauthorized portions, and now remains that are there. It is very difficult. It is all the attachments with the side attachments are there. It will cause serious risks, and it is also occupied. This is happening, and beside this, there are portions which are being occupied by persons, the inhabitants. Any demolition work will cause dangerous to them also. So unauthorized portions we have demolished, which we have practicable to us. Now, my lord, if your lordship
Just imagine you went there and demolished the roof.
My lord.
Now the occupants are there with the plastic sheet.
Plastic seats. And plastic seats are there, they are not vacating.
So, my lord,
I'm not on that, but I'm on that unauthorized portions are demolished. Now, if they want that they should not be there, they should go for a eviction suit. There is a dispute between the brothers. They want that
building, my lord, without any sanction plan, 3-story building, or only the roof of the third floor was
three-story building is up to them.
Floor has also been demolished.
Yes.
No, lordship.
Yes,
So
yes.
I annexed the photograph.
Then I think they should go with demolition squad. And
My
go
lord,
and
first thing,
demolish.
secondly is that, my lord.
Corporation is not required, my lord.
But secondly is that,
Private dispute, they are fighting between themselves.
but secondly is that the building is running as a commercial place, as a lodge.
Lodging.
Because
Yes,
I have annexed a document of the last month, just 2020.
So people are staying in the lodge under plastic sheets.
No, they have reconstructed the roof. They have reconstructed the roof.
So the plastic sheet has gone.
Gone. Reconstruction thereafter plastic sheet. If you will also see over,
And if the plastic sheets are not there,
you'll also find that there's the plastic sheet. But
our job will go.
They have completed the entire construction. That is the more difficult.
Send a special officer, it is better.
Yes, mother, send the special officer at my cost. Send a special officer at my cost. It is in Howrah.
Henceforth, the Howrah Corporation is not required. A special officer will.
But a 3-story building was constructed when the petition was filed. It was submitted on the behalf of the Howrah Municipal Corporation that the building was constructed with the sanction
Wait,
plan.
1 minute. Yes.
these are, my lord, all across the bar.
Yes.
My lord, the structure is a ground plus one structure. It has been there for more than half a century. I have been seeing this since my birth. I am today aged in my mid-40s. I have documents to show that since the 80s, at least I have documents in my possession to show that since the 80s we have been there. My lord, my friend's client has filed a suit saying that this is his ancestral property because he's my uncle and he's been there since many years and he wanted an injunction restraining me from dispossessing him from the same property. of which today, my lord, he wants a demolition.
Private is.
But this is, my lord, malafide, my lord. Again and again, my lord, thrice, my lord, the corporation has gone. My lord, today there is a ground plus one structure, and this structure, my lord, has been there since, my lord, ages. And moreover, my lord, I am a tenant. I pay rent to the landlord. Landlord is not even a party to these proceedings. The fight is over, my lord, who's a bona fide tenant before the civil court.
So both brothers are tenants.
My lord, my lord, my grandmother is the one, my lord, who had the property. Now I am today
As owner or tenant?
as tenant, always been
The
tenants.
tenants are fighting.
Since the 50s, yes. Owners are not there anywhere, my lord.
That
They
is
have,
why they all want to take it
my lord,
over.
my lord, they have, my lord, filed all proceedings without, my lord, impleading the owner as a party. Owner is, my lord, a trust. And, my lord, there's an administrator who's presently, my lord, collecting rent from 6 Old Post Office Street.
And they are staying by paying 25 rupees, 50 rupees, that is all. And construction of a three.
The report of the corporation says that there is an existence of the second floor, and you say your building is a two-storied structure. How do I take your submission to be correct?
My lord, kindly, my lord, let, my lord, an order the report served upon me, my lord, a copy. My lord, if need be, my lord, if need be, my lord, kindly allow me to, my lord, produce this. If need be, my lord, I'll file an exception to this. If I feel it's not in accordance, my lord, with what factually is there. And
Exception. There is a building standing there. Corporation has visited, and it says that it's a two-storied second floor is there. And you say it's a two-storied building. What exception can you find to this?
my lord, perhaps, my lord, they're cheating the ground floor as the first and, my lord, the first floor as the second. This perhaps could be. My instructions are there's a G+1. In fact, my lord, in my brief, I have a diagram. I had a conference with the client personally. I am told it's a G+1 structure. There could be a mezzanine. There is a small mezzanine in between. My lord, my lord, kindly, my lord, let me, my lord,
Second floor is there.
use this, my lord, report. And if need be, my lord, if I don't agree with this, my lord, then I'll file, my lord, an opposition to this.
How many floors are there? Three.
G+1 plus second floor is there, that is in my report. That is
The engineers will not be so
that is
foolish
on CI said.
to mention
And that has been
second
demolished,
floor.
my lord. We have demolished.
Every room consists of a bathroom.
In the report is said on 22/7/22, we have been demolished. We have given the demolition pictures.
Works have been observed. The total G+1 is fully completed at present and being used for. Right.
Landlord may be paid with a party. What he have done, he should come with a report.
Second floor has been demolished.
Second floor, first floor to আছে G+1 তো আমার ছিলই।
My lord, it says the total building G+1 is fully completed at present and being used for commercial purpose. And if at all there was anything above the first floor, my lord, that has been taken down. That's what the report says.
G+1 is completed and
They have come and damaged my roof, and which is causing, my lord, people difficulty who live on the first floor. That has happened. As of today, there's a G+1 structure.
lodging means what? What you are doing?
Lodging. It's a PG, paying guest. My lord,
And
it has been there since many years, my lord. I'm the second generation running this venture.
are you running the business after obtaining a certificate of enlistment?
Yes, I have all those documents to show. My trade license, everything I have. If I am directed to file an affidavit in opposition, my lord, I can actually show everything has been done legitimately since decades.
But even
At least the papers that I have in my possession.
has been declared as an unauthorized one. The Howrah Municipal Corporation on 8 June 2023 issued trade license in the name of Vinod Lodge. This is the document. Even after the
পুরোনোটা দেখান।
order of demolition.
পুরোনোটা দেখান তো। 1980 একটা দেখেছিলেন আমাকে 1980 কে সেটা দেখান।
Please come.
1980 একটা ছিল দিন না।
A report, a joint inspection report signed by the sub-assistant engineer, Borough 2, Howrah Municipal Corporation,
Assistant engineer.
No, Savage.
না assistant engineer সই করেছে তো।
and the assistant engineer, Borough 2, Howrah Municipal
George.
Corporation, on 4th May 2023 is taken on record. Stop. It appears therefrom that a joint inspection was held on 27th April 2023. In the presence of the parties, Stop. It was observed that the total building within bracket G+1 is fully complete and being used for commercial purpose. Each room is with attached bathroom. The same are occupied. Stop. The demolished roof (3 square meter) in the first floor level at the southeastern side which was demolished on 22nd July 2022 has been covered by plastic sheet temporarily and the room is being used. The second floor made by CI shed was demolished on 22nd July 2022 and no further construction has been seen at the second floor level till date. Stop. Next. From the petitioner asserts that the unauthorized construction is yet to be demolished. Stop. The aforesaid submission of the petitioner is denied by the learned advocate representing the private respondents. Stop. Next. It appears that now photographs of the demolition have been produced by the learned advocate representing Howrah Municipal Corporation. Stop. It appears therefrom that demolition to some extent has taken place, but the private respondents are using the said portions with temporary plastic sheets. Stop. Next. The Howrah Municipal Corporation is directed to ensure that no unauthorized construction is raised at the subject premises. Stop. Next. The officer in charge,
Golabari
Police Station, is directed to keep strict vigil over the property and ensure that construction in any manner whatsoever is not carried out at the subject premises till a formal sanction is obtained from the Howrah Municipal Corporation. The writ petition stands disposed of. The
I'm great.
photographs be retained with the records.
Good.
Obliged.
আপনার ফেভারিট একটা কপি দাও না কপি দেখি এটা কপি দিও দেখে নেবেন Well, in this matter,
My lord, I am for the petitioner, my lord. If your lordship takes your lordship's last order dated 10th April 2023, your lordship had directed the VLLRO to file a report after inspection. my lord.
Lordship, I am for the state lordship and I'll take report.
My lord,
And as per local inspection by the RI and the VLRO report given, there is no encroachment, lordship, on the main road.
For the private file the report. In addition to that, your lordship was pleased to direct to file the report by bail and LRO. We will get to.
That's
Give a copy to him.
my lord, may I get
Please
a
give a
copy?
copy.
May I get a copy of the report?
okay.
Yeah.
Lordship, there is no extra copy, let's now you can see.
My lord,
Now you can see.
could I be served a copy in the course of the day? My lord, I'll tell your lordship why, my lord. There was also a section 144 proceedings that the petitioner had initiated with regards to the same encroachment that was being conducted by the private respondent, my lord. In that, the BLLRO was also directed to file a report after inspection. A report had been filed. We are obtaining the certified copies of the proceedings, my lord, because there were submissions that we have been instructed had been made before the court, my lord, in the 144 proceedings, that there was in fact some encroachment, my lord. So may the matter be taken up after a week, my lord. We can see the report that has been filed before your lordship over here, my lord, and come back to your lordship.
Upon given opportunity of both sides. Has submitted a report, it has stated that there is no encroachment of the private road.
আমি পড়িনি।
According to Moja map, lordship, they have revealed that there is no encroachment, neither
A report
private
has been
nor the
filed by
public
the
road.
Block Land and Land Reforms Officer Uluberia 2, signed on 28th April 2023, which mentions that a field inquiry was conducted in the presence of the representative of the Uluberia municipality, the petitioner, and the private respondent number 8 and others. Stop. Upon inspection, it revealed that there is no encroachment of the public road. Stop. Next. As it appears that the petitioner complains of encroachment, and there is a report from the BL and LRO that there is no encroachment of public road. Accordingly, the instant writ petition stands disposed of. Stop. It will be open for the petitioner to approach the appropriate forum in the event any private land of the petitioner has been encroached upon by the private respondent. Stop. Copy of the report filed by the Block Land and Land Reforms Officer, Uluberia 2, dated 28th April 2023, has been handed over to the learned advocate representing the petitioner. Give
But
the
not-
private respondent a copy also.
Not handed over to me either, my lord.
No,
He will hand over.
extra copy. I'm saying that
Please
after
make a photocopy, or y'all can make a
My lord,
photocopy.
may I?
and take.
My lord, may I? My lord, lordship, there's one difficulty, my lord. There is an L-shaped wall. This is not about the public road, my lord. My lord, if I may.
according to Moja map, they have inspection after Moja map. This is there is a Moja, and upon notice of the both sides.
And just add one more line. The report of the municipality is also on the same lines that there is no encroachment of the public road.
Exactly. In terms, they are given report in terms of the Moja map.
The boundary
And,
is not inconveniencing the petition in any manner. The boundary wall raised by the private respondent is not inconveniencing the petitioner in any manner.
So we are not concerned with the convenience part.
Grateful.
Also grateful.
Your lordship, I appear for the petitioners.
Alleged contempt. The last occasion, my lord pleasure was to file an affidavit. They say on the allegation made by the petitioner. That
Your lordship, affidavits have been exchanged. We have also filed our affidavit in reply pursuant to your lordship's directions.
But this is why
Kindly. Now your lord,
what happened, my lord? On the last occasion, your lordship kindly see the last order. My lord, the pleasure was to see that the municipality, stand of the municipality as regards the allegation made by the petitioner in the contempt application. I have made my stand, my lord. Their allegation is that the municipality has dismantled their tin boundary wall of the land in question, and for which the order of this honorable court has been violated.
I'll hear it after the vacation.
As you lord.
Affidavit in opposition.
Affidavit is being kept on record.
Yes. Affidavit in opposition on behalf of the alleged contemners and the reply thereto by the petitioner filed in court today be taken on record. The matter is required to be heard. List after the ensuing summer vacation for hearing.
your lordship, one indulgence, if I may seek for, there was an interim order, your lordship, restraining them from dismantling.
Because there is an inspection by the DLRO.
And on the DLR, they have admitted that
Your-
they have encroached the land of Indian Airport Authority.
Your lordship, that admittance we have taken exception to in the reply.
Is the interim order subsisting?
It is subsisting as on date, your lordship. It is supposed to expire on the 19th of May, your lordship.
19th of May. The interim order that is subsisting in the matter is extended till 30th of June 2023 or until further order, whichever is earlier.
Let the matter appear as a for order, sir.
Without hearing how it can be for orders.
Your lordship fixed it as for order, sir. It is short matter.
All for orders matters have been heard and only for the delivery of order. But then if it is to be required for hearing, it will be posted in the hearing bundle.
Grateful.
As well as.
respondent number.
Twenty-three,
For the statement.
who is for the petitioner?
For the private respondent.
Mr. Hawk, are you there for the petitioner?
No, my lord, we are for the Kolkata Insurance Corporation.
You are
The
for
petitioner, my lord, I'm praying for Passover, my lord.
Passover.
Lordship, Mr. Huda is any another. Lordship.
I appear for the petitioner. The writ petition has been filed at my instance, my lord. Lordship would recall, my lord, when the writ petition was taken up for the first time, my lord, submissions were made on behalf of the, my lord, the private respondent, that they have not, my lord, made illegal construction, my lord. Whatever illegal construction was there, my lord, was demolished by the KMC, my lord. Then lordship had, my lord, directed, my lord, KMC, my lord, enemy property and police to file report, my lord. Now, if your lordship sees, my lord, lordships, and my lord, in that, my lord, your lordship had also directed them, my lord, to give, my lord, for an inspection, my lord, and to give me a notice, my lord. I did not receive any notice, my lord. Even prior order, my lord, lordship sees, my lord, on the basis whereof I had filed this petition, my lord. There also, your lordship had said, my lord, that I should be given notice. I was not given notice, my lord. And every time, my lord, they come and say, my lord, that we've complied with the order, my lord, there is demolition of the illegal structure. Now, if your lordship sees the lordship's last order, my lord, last order.
Let me see your report.
No construction, my lord, that is going on. No new construction.
No new construction. What about the old construction that is there? That has been demolished.
There is no new construction. It has been mentioned.
Where is the learned advocate for the enemy property? Respondent number 5.
The last occasion they were there, my lord. Respondent number 5 was.
Yes.
My learned friend says, my lord, there is no construction, my lord. I have a photograph, my lord, showing that when the writ petition was filed, my lord, it was G+1 structure, my lord. It's a G+5 structure now. And a lordship's order, my lord, clearly records, my lord, it appears that the builders have developed a very
Give a notice to the learned counsel appearing for.
enemy property.
Do you know where she sits? You'll get her in the Bar Library Club. I'm passing it over. Call her.
Indrani Chakraborty.
Yes, get her.
Bar library.
Yes. I'm passing it over.
Apparently, Millard, we have
Come to a
cited-
consensus.
Yes, Millard, apparently, Millard, I tell your lordship, the fire
Where is-
department, the fire department, Millard, is very much fair. The Mr. Pandey has said that section 11 compliance. Now, Millard, so far as the cooperative department is concerned, they said that there are certain mode of compliance. And so far as the DGB produced a plan, but he said, my lord, he is required to have a plan.
Further,
Latest report and latest report from the class 1 officer. First, my lord, section, kindly, my lord, step by step. First, my lord, kindly hear Mr. Pandey that what are
Yes.
the requirements of section 11.
yes,
Now,
yes,
my lord, he's, where is
yes.
Ma'am, actually, as per our requirement, ma'am, first they have to apply for fire safety recommendation, ma'am. For that, we have created our e-district portal. In that e-district portal, ma'am, they can apply for fire safety recommendation online, ma'am. After application, ma'am, submission of application, they have to provide us with the hard copy of as-built plan of the premises for which they have applied for fire safety recommendation. And that as-built plan needs to be signed by one empaneled structural engineer, as that building is existing and some additional load is required to be incorporated in that building in the form of lift. So one
Is everything mentioned in your report?
yes, ma'am, I have mentioned that they have to apply for fire safety recommendation.
Last two paragraphs. Are you aware of this report? Let a copy be served.
my lord, may I make one humble suggestion?
Yes.
Let us, my lord, file a, my lord, suggested order, my lord, so
No,
that,
no, no,
the-
no.
or my lord, the compliance to be made,
Yes.
that part, my lord, the DG building and the fire.
Suggested
No, my
order.
lord,
It is, what are the requirements to be
requirements by the fire and the KMC, only kindly keep in mind, my lord, subject to correction, my lord, that DG building, who is present before your lordship, before he takes a final call on the issue, when he is armed with, my lord, the special officer, class 1 officer's report, as well as the required sanction plan or the plan so to be submitted by the applicant, my lord, he will call the parties in the proceeding. Number 1, and my lord, we will have the liberty to make our representation to him and he will finally dispose.
The moment you take this liberty, everything is over.
One day, no, only compliance. We will see the compliance, nothing else. Milord, I am sure that your lordship is not minded to say that without their being in compliance, because your lordship is also certainly not. So, Milord, we want to dispose that your lordship wants to dispose of the matter. We also said it. Let us exchange, Milord, the bunch of flowers instead of firearms. Now, Milord, we said so. Now, Milord, let him file the mode of compliance. Let corporation say that what are the requirements, and we will make. He has said. Now, Milord, no, the report says, Milord, only one, and just subject to correction. He says, Milord, in this case, the KMC may accord permission for installation of the lift on the basis of the structural stability certificate from a class 1 impaneled structural engineer of KMC. In addition to this,
Divorce of the other requirements of the law.
no, question is, Milord, the order must, no, the order must, yes.
And with all
Now, Milord, the cooperative society says, special officers, Milord, have been appointed by the government. Now, Milord, the special officer says, the cooperative society says, a permission is required, kindly hear him. He said, Milord, from his side, one permission is required, everybody.
Well, with this and my structural, that part is over. My learned friend was referring to one act of 2019 named as lift installation, escalator and walker installation. After this paraphernalia is complete, that is fire and corporation, then with that whole thing, because that is a different authority altogether, they have a power to grant license. They will also accept fee. With all this, they have to apply to that authority for the installation. They are the final authority who will be doing. We are final so far as this portion is concerned. Yes, fire is there, structural part is there. It leaves my office. This is where it stands today.
So, Milord, may we come up with this, Milord, the compliance mode, Milord. So far as fire is concerned, KMC is concerned, only, Milord, before DG building takes the final call, he will only allow us to show, Milord, the structural engineer class 1 officer's report and the compliance has been made. Only. If your lordship says no further, Milord, since, Milord, at the end of the day, your lordships many a times uttered the safety and security, who will take the responsibility? It is the DG building who, in his usual fairness, Milord, which I doubted, Milord, in the meeting he has said that I will certify that the building, there is nothing in this matter. So the whatever he has uttered, Milord, it has to be in the report.
then will let someone, the responsibility must be fixed on someone. The court will not take the responsibility, neither of the parties will have, who are passionately pursuing their dispute. It is the corporation and the fire department. So mode of compliance by Monday, and by the corporation, cooperative and the fire, and will your lordship will dispose it of.
1 minute. Do you have all the documents with you as required?
We have applied for appreciator or
Because still all the paraphernalia required to be complied with is complete, it cannot proceed. Right? So you have heard a word with the officers who are here. Whatever is required to be done, please do it.
Other than clearly forwarded but you were so that at the end of the day, I said no, it has not submitted to the special officer.
It can always be, because I can see there is a fraction and a friction between the two groups of the cooperative. Some says yes, some says no. Then something has to be done. No, what will the court do if the parties do not agree?
Court cannot be a party to this, Millard. I tell your lordship, Millard, I tell your lordship, let Millard, the mode of compliance be submitted to your lordship.
Why are you also not applying together?
Because Millard, I tell your lordship, Millard, if I take this initiative, Millard.
Not initiative, jointly.
Millard, today's climate, Millard, I tell your lordship, it is not
conducive enough.
Not conducive enough, and this passionate dispute cannot be, Millard, amicably settled at this moment. But the process, if it continues,
not even with your intervention.
No, I'm not a leader, Millard.
No, I don't believe.
within bracket, I am not a leader.
Millard, only indulgence. Mr. Pandey and the other officers, DG building also, they have expressed their minds, and there is no uncertainty, ambiguity. Let them come with the mode of compliance. Only one day your lordship has given enough indulgence. Only one day. I hope, Millard, that good sense will prevail and we will come to her. Millard, law, Millard, really, Millard, it's a journey from bloodshed to peaceful resolution. But nowadays, too, many Bengalis are living in a cooperative and without any dispute. Cannot be, Millard, contemplated.
Let the dispute be outside the courtroom.
The court will not be a party. DG building will ultimately say that this building is structurally secured. And compliance has been made, and we will get an opportunity, both sides, to look into it for 15 minutes. And if we have anything to say, we will write it there and come back. Let him take a decision.
Is a further inspection required?
Required under Section 11. Because I tell you,
but the authority under the ultimate authority would be the chief electrical inspector under this 2019.
Right.
But then prior to that,
the fire and that I have said class 1 impaneled structural engineer of KMC. If your lordship sees my report, the second last paragraph.
When did you file it and in which matter?
On 26th of April 2023, on the last day, my lord.
Yes, 26th.
Yes.
The second last paragraph, your lordship see.
And Millard,
in this case, the KMC may accord permission for installation of lift on the basis of the structural stability certificate from a class 1 impaneled structural engineer of KMC. And with this, prior to that, the fire is going to give. Thereafter, my authority is going to pass an order. With that, they have to go before this authority.
Yes,
mentioned under this West Bengal Lift, Escalator and Travelators Act.
Let appoint class 1 structural engineer by the Calcutta Corporation DG, cost to be board lawyers.
Why should we bear the cost when it's responsibility of the KMC? Why should he? I can get a very perversive pleasure that he will incur expenditure, but when a corporation appoints, corporation, there is a permanent employee. Permanent.
They are not employees of.
No, why should he incur?
Class one officers, they don't even keep their name so that I can appoint.
There is a panel maintained by the corporation. They are not employees.
KMC maintains a
Yes, there is a
panel of
panel.
structural engineers.
Is class one.
Now they can choose anyone from that panel.
Yes.
He is certified as class one structural engineer. They have got a degree. Party is going to choose. They are not the employees of corporation.
They are not the employees of the corporation. There is a panel that is being maintained by the corporation. Their names are enlisted. And anybody is eligible to act as class one provided they are.
Number.
Yes, yes.
Class one, it is in my certificate.
Then class one.
Class one.
My lord, my subject already in the year 2020. We have already submitted class one engineer's report.
Where is that report? Where is that report? That report is already on record.
And this is the reason, my lord.
Class one. Class one.
Class one impanel structural engineer. I want to know the list of the class one.
1 minute.
For the corporation, he will come.
1 minute, 1 minute. I see. 1 minute. I see one report of one Utpal Ganguly.
My lord, he is one of the class one architect. Class one architect and class one structural engineer is totally different. I do not know. Suppose we engage anyone, they will say no, it's not a class one.
You have the list immediately with you. Mr. Ghosh must be having.
List is there in the website, ma'am.
List is there
In the website.
in the website. Please open it. Please open it. Where is the phone? Hey, where is Pradeep? Pradeep, now open the website. Here it's here. Please open KMC portal. Yes. Class one engineers. See, it is there in the portal in front of you. Find out. It is there in front of you. Please find out.
Building department আছে?
Building department.
Department জানতো?
KMC department.
Top KMC department.
Then my lord goes.
Building.
My lord, find ESC.
Find DAC. Left side. Left side. The bottom. Bar. Yes, yes.
Yes, that one.
Open. Class one.
Class one.
Search. The name is here. Search it out.
This much he has to do.
Search it out. Names are there. Anybody you can choose.
Name is there. Mobile number is there. Address is there. Their certificate is also validity is also there.
Millard, only I will make a choice of my own and he will make a choice to join.
One. One.
Only one.
Immediately here.
Applicant.
Here and now. Find out somebody from here. Mr. Bose also, both. Select anybody.
একজনকে বলুন আমি আর নাম দেখে কি করে
এসপি ভট্টাচার্যের নাম আছে এসপি ভট্টাচার্যের নাম আছে এসপি ভট্টাচার্য
There are 6 pages.
এসপি ভট্টাচার্য
Go on scrolling.
Anyone SB Bhattacharya, they want this.
because he has already
no we have already submitted, sir.
he has already submitted the plan through this. I want
At
different
the
person.
very beginning 2020.
You don't want.
I do not want him because he has
Very well.
already
He is out. Anybody else?
accepted Millard,
Anybody else?
Yes.
Find out anybody. There are 6 pages. Go on scrolling. They will select one. Lottery.
রঞ্জন কুমার দত্ত
I have to see.
না আমি বলেছি
Please see. Please see.
He's my
Don't hear what he's saying. Please see.
closest friend, my lord. How can
Please see.
রঞ্জন দত্ত নাম করা লোক বলে বলেছিল
Let's jointly paint it. SB Bhattacharya and Ranjan Kumar jointly.
No, one, find out.
My lord, select one of them. I do not know anyone. My lord, kindly select one of them. Okay, my lord. My lord.
How many names are there? Find out. How many? The person whose name is at the middle, just select him. 76. Give who is 76. Find out who is there. 76. Oh, whose serial number is 76? Find out.
76
Anyone whose name is there at the middle of the panel, just select him.
Validity is just a minute. Kaushik Sengupta.
31st of March,
31st of March
24.
2024.
Yes.
So it's good enough?
No.
Please come. In compliance of the direction passed by the court on 4th May 2023, the director, fire and emergency services, take down the names. The director general building department KMC, the chief architect cum area planner, West Bengal Housing Board, and the joint registrar of cooperative societies, KMAH. Take down the names of all the persons and put it there. Are personally present in court. Stop. Next. The learned advocates appearing on behalf of the petitioners in both the writ petitions
May I take my lords kindly?
have entered into a dialogue with the said officers. Stop. The parties are trying to find out a solution as to the mode and manner in which the lift may be installed. Stop. It appears that certain proposals have been forwarded by the officers and the parties are agreeable to comply the same. Stop. Next. By consent of and in the presence of all the aforesaid persons and the learned advocates appearing for the parties, one Mr. Kaushik Sengupta, Class 1 empaneled structural engineer of the Culcutta Municipal Corporation. Class 1 empaneled structural engineer of the Culcutta Municipal Corporation, having address at 51 Mahajoti Nagar, Birati. Block 2, Kolkata 51. Having phone number 9836 793811. Is engaged as the structural engineer to assess the structural health of the subject structure where the lift is to be installed. The learned advocate representing the writ petitioners in WPA 2604 of 2020 within bracket Subroto Gupta and others is granted liberty to contact the aforesaid structural engineer with all documents in connection with the instant case. Stop. A spot inspection shall be conducted by the aforesaid structural engineer in the presence of all the necessary parties and a report shall be prepared by the structural engineer. Stop. The said report shall be forwarded to the Director General within bracket building, Kolkata Municipal Corporation. From the DG building, it's going to go to the others.
From there, it will go to, from the fire, it is, and this report would be placed before the DG building. After he sees this, he will give a go through. And that will go before that authority, that chief electrical inspector.
Stop. A copy.
No, this is not the procedure. No.
The Director, West Bengal Fire and Emergency Services
Will be enabled to apply
As,
for fire safety recommendation.
submitted a report before this court. Stop. The same is taken on record. Stop. Copy of the same be circulated amongst the parties. Stop. The persons who intend to install the lift are directed to comply the directions as mentioned in the report. After compliance, the same shall be forwarded to the Director General within bracket building for further necessary action. Stop. The petitioners, that is Subrata Gupta and others, are also required to comply the formalities under the fire, and what is the name of that act?
West Bengal Fire Service Act 1950, ma'am.
No, not the fire service, the lift and
West Bengal Lift, Escalator and Travelators Act 2019.
West Bengal Lift and Escalators Act 2019. Stop. The and thereafter, where do we go?
After building sanction, it will go before the lift.
After clearance is obtained from the building department, the matter shall be forwarded to the lift authority by
Chief Electrical Inspector under that act.
the
He is
chief,
the authority concerned.
the chief electrical inspector
By the applicant, my lord.
under the West Bengal Lifts and Escalators Act 2019.
Forward
So the
they
DG,
have to apply, my lord.
yes, so the DG has to
After all
forward.
this person, they have to apply for
Yes.
before that authority.
Yes, last
And my lord,
line.
all these cost and expenses to be
Last
borne by
line
the
ki bollam,
petitioner.
last line.
Only petitioner done, none other else.
Not forwarded. The applicants, along with all the aforesaid clearances, are required to apply before the chief electrical inspector under the West Bengal Lifts and Escalators Act 2019. And the time that may be required,
My lord, that
বলো
matters to be
yes, I'll keep it pending.
Structural engineer.
Achha. The aforesaid structural engineer is requested to prepare the report and hand it over to the applicants at the earliest, but positively within a period of,
And my lord, what I would ask, my lord, kindly indulgence, my lord, that report would be circulated to the opposite private respondents also, my lord.
all right, and hand it over to the applicants.
Ah.
How long does it take for this structural engineer to come to a finding?
That structure takes some time. I think he can explain it. That structure engineer can explain.
No. How much time does it take?
At least 1 month.
1 month?
I think he will inspect all the buildings and he will make plan.
There are 4 blocks or 5 blocks.
It takes time.
12
blocks.
12 blocks.
No, but then this is being done only one block.
No, my lord, out of this entire, one has already been done in terms of our earlier order. The dispute is relating to the remaining blocks.
All the blocks?
Yes.
How many lifts will be installed? 11? How many lifts?
12.
Every block.
Each and every block?
12.
Structural capacity. No other, same structure. Same structure. One day visit will be enough for 12.
No. Absurd.
No. Plan.
One only.
There are 12 blocks, my lord. 14.
সেখানে বললাম যে copy of the same to be forwarded to the applicants. ওই জায়গাতে লিখে দিন. Copy of the same be forwarded to this court through the registrar general.
আমরা নাম চাইছি।
ঠিক আছে?
There are 14 blocks.
The structural engineer shall assess the structural health of only one block of the complex. And a report shall be prepared at the earliest, but positively within a period of 60 days from the date of receiving all documents from the applicants. The writ petitioners in WPA 2064 of 2020 are directed to forward a copy of all documents to the aforesaid structural engineer immediately. Stop. The applicants shall take the responsibility to bear all expenditure and charges for assessing the structural health of the subject structure. For one block.
Millard.
1 minute.
Millard.
Pradeep, please tell him to open that panel once again. Actor line likhun to. In the event, the aforesaid structural engineer Kaushik Banerjee.
Not Kaushik.
Kaushik Sengupta. Kaushik Sengupta. K-O-U-S-H-I-K. Kaushik Sengupta is not in a position to act in accordance with the aforesaid direction, then he may intimate the same to the learned advocate representing the petitioners. Stop. In that event, the structural health of the block in question shall be ascertained by anybody else find out? But then suppose he is in some difficulty, then a fresh one to be engaged. Very well, in that case, ঠিক আছে. ও লাইনটা কেটে দিন. In that event, because charges are required to be paid and everything. Suppose he is not agreeable, or I do not know what can happen. Yes, for not being able to work. Yes. Very well. 60 days time has been given to liberty to mention. I am not giving any returnable date. Liberty is there to mention.
Millard,
What date, what month, 2 months?
60 days time has been given to assess the structural health.
That's the one that mentioned the date, so that, pilot knows the difficulties.
Acha. Let the matter appear in the list on 3rd of August as to be mentioned. Liberty to mention is always there. The personal appearance of the aforesaid officers are dispensed with for the time being.
Millard, the report shall be filed before your lordship only.
I don't want to.
But otherwise, everything will go into the trench.
Already gone.
Unless your lordship does it, my lord, everything will go into the.
Not every matter we request this.
I have never done it. This will be the first one which I will keep it part heard, if at all.
Both party are requesting before praying before the lordship.
আচ্ছা লিখে নিন একটুখানি। On the request made on behalf of the learned advocates representing all the parties, let the matter be treated as heard in part. Thank you, the officers, for being present here. Please thank the officers. Yes. তুলতে পারবো না।
We tried.
Yes.
We went to the bar library club. My lord, she's not there. My lord, we tried to call her. My lord, it rang for the first time. My lord, then it switched off. My lord, it rang for the first time, then it switched off. My lord, thereafter we tried twice, and it switched off.
So I'll pass it over for the time. I'll make
For
it
the
not
day.
today.
Not today.
Come back on Monday. Intimate her. What is your stand? How big is the structure? How much is it? 1 plus 1.
My lord, photograph G+5.
This is the reason.
No.
Only not today.
Not today.
Keep it with you. When the court will see, you will also see.
I appear on behalf of the petition.
I beg to be appear on behalf of the corporation.
In terms of earlier order, my lord, on the last order on 24th March 2023, my lord, demolition has been completed, my lord. The photographs see here, my lord.
Is the corporation satisfied with the demolition?
But the last photograph that we have, there was only partial demolition.
Lord, yes, that was handed over to your lordships on earlier occasions, my lord, when your lordship was pleased to pass the order, my lord. Thereafter, demolitions was complete. Well, according to us, which portion was the unauthorized, my lord, that has been demolished. Well, the other portions are
The
there.
corporation go and
So,
inspect.
my lord, there is no other portion here. If your lordship kindly sees.
Let them inspect and file report.
Before your lordship.
না 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 ছবিটা থেকে ওই দিকটার ছবিটাই তো নেই একটা my lord kindly takes my lord the page 23.
There's the site plan, my lord. It will make clear, my lord, which portions I have demolished.
No, my lord,
23 of your lordship.
my lord, till the last occasion, page 23, my lord has got it, my lord.
No, 23 of what?
23 of the writ petition.
Writ petition. That's the site plan, that's not the sanction plan.
23, yes.
Yes, my lord, this entire left-hand side which says open terrace
Yes.
and the front portion which is rectangular but not really a rectangle. My lord, this entire portion is to be open. The only room is on the right-hand side back, that is the servants' room and the staircase and the toilet. Now, my lord, this area, your lordship, the photographs handed over today does not show that area. The asbestos, my lord,
We admitted,
One minute, let me hear.
yes, my lord,
Better your engineers go and see.
very good, very good.
Because seeing these photographs, neither you nor your learned friend will be able to say whether it is,
lordship, that
it has been done or not. Please come. Learned advocate representing the petitioners have produced photographs in support of the submission that the unauthorized portion has already been demolished. Stop. Next. The engineers of the Bidhannagar Municipal Corporation will be at liberty to inspect the subject structure to ascertain as to whether the demolition has indeed been conducted or not. Stop. In the event there is any further unauthorized portion which is required to be demolished, comma, the same shall be intimated to the petitioner. Stop. The petitioners shall be obliged to act in accordance with the direction passed by the Bidhannagar Municipal Corporation. Stop. The writ petition stands disposed of.
only one indulgence, my lord, only one sentence, my lord. According to us, my lord, the open terrace that has been shown to your lordship, my lord, that one structure was there since 2009, along with the kitchens and servants' room, my lord. That portions was there since 2009. My lord,
You
what I
make
have
all
done,
your
my lord,
submission.
my lord, kindly do not dispose it off. Let us come back after a
Right.
month or so.
There are very, very big structures, go and demolish. One small.
But this is one of the rare occasions where I don't need to file complaint. The petitioner had to come.
Self-demolition.
self-demolition, we have done it, my lord.
Yes. And that is the reason I am disposing it
Lordship,
off.
I'm
Otherwise, I would have
extremely
kept it
grateful to you,
pending.
lordship. I'm
Grateful, my
extremely
lord.
On 25, I'm for the petition, my lord.
Municipality pursuant to my lord's order, my lord, our staff go there, and went there and is report. Yeah, yeah.
The copy may be given to me.
Was your client present there?
My client was present there. One signature was taken, but no report was prepared in presence of my client. We have taken photographs of the spot on the very same day. We are filing a supplementary affidavit.
Yes, please. Give a copy to him also.
Yes, yes. Copy to.
The private respondents are not appearing.
They are never appearing. This is the Dargah shrine, Sufi shrine,
My lord, this
where the commercial.
it is to religious, my lord, buildings and my lord, places Act 1985. Collector is the authority. If any construction is made, any type of construction, then my lord, permission is required from the collector. Religious, this is the religious building, my lord. This
No,
act
but then
provides-
somebody makes a construction and uses it for religious purpose,
Hello, to
and you
person
want
to
it to go to the collector for obtaining a permission.
Hello, hello.
This is the law. This is the 1985 Act,
Let me see.
section 5.
আমাকে copy দিন।
Actor copy দিতে হবে।
আমার কাছে নেই। This is something new submission because last two occasions they have accepted.
Section 5.
So the construction cannot be made. Here the construction has already been made.
Yes.
That is the, what is it? They are saying that is the repairing of the building old margin.
No, 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 no.
Building, they are 107 years old. There is a dispute between the, my lord, two groups.
I get it.
Two group, private respondent and the petitioner. Who will run the, my lord, Majar?
Because this is only for commercial exploitation.
Yes. 15 to 20 shops have been made,
We are not
transferred.
involved. We are not.
We
involved
filed first writ petition.
because
We
the
filed first
fighting-
this petition.
fighting
There was a
each other who will run the Majar and its, my lord, surrounding building. But they are saying there is a repairing. If your lordship, my lord, wants
What
to
does your report say? Repairing?
repairing?
Where is your report? Oh.
Kindly see the report, Lordship. Relying upon one Shabbir Waris statement, they have filed the report. No inspection report.
What type of report is this?
If they are trying to protect and shield the kindly see, Lordship, there was a first writ petition. There was a direction upon them to
Why we shall protect someone?
This is an inspection. 1 minute. This is an inspection report. You go there, you see how many buildings are there. What is the nature of the structure there? All these things has to, obviously.
My lord, I shall, my lord, ask my engineer.
This
to
is
detail-
absolutely one-line report.
Yes, what type of building and what type of construction made? My lord,
Yes.
I shall ask my engineer. My lord. Kindly give some time.
That is what the engineers were supposed to do.
Lordship, just 2 minutes, just Lordship take first writ petition was disposed of on 30th September 2022. Lordship directed them, given them 12 weeks to decide.
That are here.
Kindly see the date of the photograph
That the
3rd
new
May.
constructions are being made.
on the date of the inspection.
Already, my lord, rooms are there, my lord, or they are repairing somewhat there, my lord. If your lordship.
You see this photograph and if you say it is repairing work, then the court will take it.
I also details of the, my lord.
देखो तो,
I've given the copy.
sure, just
Copy
see
to supplementary.
whether this is repairing work. New
Lordship, we have given
columns
the
are
copy.
given.
We have given the copy. Photograph is
Supplementary, my lord.
Colored photographs are there.
all color, all color.
Yes, see,
First page.
can you say that this is a repairing, the columns coming up the left hand side top?
First report.
The first floor, there is columns.
First, then
And this is the
See.
photograph of the date of the inspection,
page 6,
3rd May.
all columns coming up. Can you say that this is
I
repairing?
shall call for details, my lord. Kindly, my
Yes.
give me
My lord,
one time, my lord.
You are the municipality. Why will
We
you
shall not
take
protect
sides?
any help, my lord.
only one submission, my lord. First writ petition was disposed of. They were decision given upon them 12 weeks to decide. They did not pass any order. We filed a second writ petition. After serving the copy, they give a report that yes, there are unauthorized construction. Without any permission, we have filed a supplementary affidavit to the effect. Lordship, kindly see order dated 5th April of your lordship in this matter. Kindly see the order dated 5th April. We filed a supplementary affidavit. There is a communication by the Barrack municipality that there is unauthorized construction going on. First order, 5th April. Thereafter, they insisted that tensions are prevailing. So they need police assistance and they will see the engineer to go give the inspection. We agreed to that. We went on 3rd May.
Yes, my lord.
What happened at the time of
On the 3rd May,
inspection?
nothing. Only signature on the register. You go. We then took a photograph. My lawyer was present there. The client was present there. No, the private respondents were not there. They were not there. Kindly see the photograph. Now, this is very unfortunate. Why they are shielding the private respondent, I don't understand.
No. Why should I? Should I protect something? Is the religious
Supplementary
thing we are
affidavit
not
filed on behalf of the
involved in?
petitioners. Annexing the photographs taken at the time of spot inspection on 3rd May 2023 is taken on record. Not 3rd, it will be 11th of May. When was the inspection held?
3rd May.
Oh, 3rd May.
Wednesday.
3rd May. 2023 is taken on record. Stop. Communication made by the chairman, Barrackpur municipality, addressed to the learned advocate representing the municipality with the subject inspection report dated 10th May 2023 is taken on record. Stop. The chairman of the municipality has mentioned that on 3rd May 2023, the inspection was conducted and some repairing works was found to be carried out in the Mazhar. Stop. Next.
So it has been informed by the Shabbir Waris. They have not inspected. Kindly see the sentence, Lordship. Second paragraph.
Our officer was there.
It is also stated that Shabbir Waris, one of the respondent, informed the assigned municipal staff at the question premises that some repairing was done.
The said fact of the repairing work was made relying upon the statement of one Shabbir Waris,
The private respondent.
one of the private respondents in the instant writ petition. Stop. The said respondent also intimated the engineers of the municipality that the Mazhar is a very old one, and thus some repairing works were done. Stop. It appears from the report by the chairman that there is no independent finding of the municipality as to whether the construction work in question is being made in accordance with the provisions of law. Stop. Relying upon the statement of one of the private respondents, the municipality ought not to have filed this inspection report. Stop. Next. No details of the inspection is available. Stop. Next. The municipality is accordingly directed to file a detailed inspection report. Stop. An advance copy of the report shall be served upon the learned advocate representing the petitioner. Stop. List on 15th of June. No, not 15th, make it 14th of June. Mark for orders.
14th of June, my lord.
This is the third direction, Lordship.
Learned advocate representing the submits that as of the municipality submits that the as the disputed structure is being used as a religious building, accordingly permission ought to be taken under the West Bengal Religious Buildings and Places Act 1985. Yes.
So the order may be preemptory because this is the third direction upon them, and one after another they are buying time.
By 14, I should.
It will be a preemptory direction, Lordship.
All orders are preemptory.
What peremptory to be done?
It's a third direction, Lordship.
What can be
Second,
done?
fifth, third, they are not complying with the order. They are disobeying the order.
Let them come with a report. We are trying to see how soon it can be resolved.
Get
26, Lordship. May it please your Lordship. Lordship, on the 17th of March, your Lordships had passed the direction directing the Kolkata Municipal Corporation to hold an inspection upon notice to both parties. Lordship, this is relating, if you have just to recapitulate, Lordship, I am aggrieved by the construction made by my neighbor without leaving the mandatory space. Lordship, I had given the
Was the inspection held?
Inspection, the site, on the previous, the notices were issued on for the 2nd of May. That was the date of inspection. We were there, my learned juniors were there personally. The respondent number 10 was absent. The site was also closed. I mean, so till the 10 p.m. on the previous night, construction work was there.
2 days, site closed. Now again, the construction has started from 6 AM to 10 PM. It's reached the third floor level.
Let me see your report.
I maybe handed over a copy of the report. P12, it was also closed. And then they have visited the site without us, because Lordship, our grievance was there was no regarding the mandatory space, Lordship. And this is, it seems that they are also, corporation is also keen on, visiting the site without us, Lordship.
Private response.
In joint inspection with press sent and held on 2/5, Lordship, this I have to take an exception to, because on the 2nd of May we were waiting. My learned juniors were there from 11:30 to 1. At 1 o'clock, the officers had arrived, but the site was closed. So whatever inspection has been held without us, and there is no comment relating to the columns. Have to be inserted to strengthen the structural stability, yes, but the gap from the boundary wall, that is the only point we are agitating, Lordship. They've gone right against the boundary wall.
Is there a boundary wall?
Yes, Lordship will kindly come see the petition, Lordship. Lordship.
And is there any space in between the boundary wall and the construction
That is why we are aggrieved, Lordship. The construction, the space, that is what when they had come to us that they were going to build on a wall-to-wall structure, Lordship. Lordship will just come to page 34. That was the original part, original deed. This is a house built around about in 1894. This is the first lot. A is what my learned friend's client has brought, which is, and lot B is where we reside. Lordship, I think now the Lordship will kindly come to page 66. Lordship, that is where initially, just in the early February, when we had intimated the Kolkata Municipal Corporation, that pillars were being constructed without leaving the mandatory gap.
No, but then that you shown in page 34.
Yes, Lordship.
It appears that the structure was one. Thereafter partitioned.
Yes.
So there cannot be any mandatory side open spaces.
No, Lordship. There is a boundary wall. Now it is two premises.
Yes.
43A, 43B.
Right.
Now, like we have also built, we have left the space of 4 meters, 4 feet. Now, when they are building, Lordship, they too have to build, because our bedroom is right on, their wall is coming just in front of our nose.
But this is the same position in all the buildings in an area, that area.
Every has left the mandatory space, excepting this building, Lordship. And the inspection has been caused in the absence of us. Now they come up with...
The learned advocate was present. I can see the
No.
signature.
Yes, we were present and they were absent.
Yes.
We could not enter the site. Yes, both of us were there.
Shubhodip Das
and Runu Mukherjee. But this was out on the street, not in the site.
Assuming it is on the street.
Yes, but it is not inside. The joint inspection, Lordship, we had to see the distance from the boundary wall to the pillar. Lordship, that we were deprived of. So, and that is why, Lordship, we do smell something very uneasy going on, Lordship, whether there is a connivance, because that gap has not been maintained, Lordship. And now the building is being, I'm not on the erection. All I'm on is the gap, so that I have some breathing space between my bedroom and their walls, Lordship. That is all. They could build. I cannot stop them. But this much I am entitled to, Lordship.
Particularly for the private respondent.
Yes.
Initially, what has happened? What I read is, that initially when we started the construction, as per the sanction plan, according to the KMC, they started around us. On the objection raised by the neighbors.
Just tell me, how much is the gap between the boundary wall and the
I tell you, there was a gap, and on their request, we had again revised the plan and obtained the sanction plan from the KMC, and we are working. as
What
per
is the gap right now? Why were you not present at the time of spot inspection?
I should tell you, Lordship, my senior friend was arguing that.
Yes, yes.
What has happened, madam, I had got the notice of the inspection on 3rd of May, and the inspection has been conducted on 2nd of May. It was scheduled on 2nd of May. But the kind of things I had posted received the international letter as well as the tracking report from where from your Lordship can see that the seat was
Very well. You did not have notice. 1 minute. You did not have notice. You did not have notice. Fresh inspection conduct in the presence of both the parties.
Lordship will kindly,
Yes, yes, please come.
Lordship, let them, let a date be fixed, because the
Yes.
building
Yes,
is
yes.
being built very rapidly, Lordship, and
The a report has been filed by the engineers of the Kolkata Municipal Corporation, signed on 10th May 2023. Stop. It appears that an inspection was conducted on 2nd May 2023. Stop. The respondent number 10, that is the person responsible for making construction, was absent. Stop. Learned advocate representing the respondent number 10 submits upon instruction that notice of inspection was received after the inspection was over. Stop. Next. It appears from the report filed by the engineers that the inspection was conducted from the outside. Stop. The petitioner is concerned with regard to the mandatory open space which is required to be maintained in between the boundary wall and the construction that is being raised by the private respondent. Stop. Next. To ascertain as to whether proper side open spaces have been maintained or not at the time of making construction, let a further spot inspection be conducted. Stop. By consent of the parties,
Lordship will kindly,
the court fixes the date and time of spot inspection.
be obliged.
Stop. All the parties are directed to remain present at the spot on. Mr. Das,
Madam, your lordship, any day, your lordship.
any date?
I will
Yes.
communicate.
Lordship,
Private respondent,
let
do
the
you have a
private,
choice?
yes, give them the choice.
As
We
a
will-
Lordship. As a Lordship. I shall do.
Is Saturday easier for your engineers?
Yes, my lordship.
It's
Then
easy.
Saturday,
Are all Saturdays working Saturdays for the corporation?
Yes, yes.
All Saturdays are working. 27th of May,
Lordship, could I, Lordship,
or we can do it prior to
let
that
it
also.
be prior,
20th,
because
20th, 20 तारीख.
But Lordship, Lordship, could it be earlier? Because I mean,
20th.
20th, I
Saturday
understand. If could it be, tomorrow?
Tomorrow
actually
it's
just
not
time.
possible.
But look, at my only concern is the vacation is going to get them, the building to be raised even more. If there is a deviation, because that is at the base, Lordship. And the building has come up to the 3rd story level. Lordship, Lordship, I did not make a prayer because I thought an inspection was the best thing at that point of time. But that is being avoided. Lordship, my only prayer is I need some protection, because if something is Lordship will kindly give me.
What can be done, Mr.
Let
Das?
it be earlier, Lordship.
My lord,
Because if we could come before your Lordship.
my lord, here, my lord,
Time is very
Is it
scarce.
possible to do it tomorrow?
We are ready.
my lord, tomorrow, instead of any working day also, that can be done.
That can be done.
That can be
Very well. In that case, make it on
Well, it 10 days time.
For inspection,
They are not there. tomorrow.
But that is for
Well,
me.
tomorrow.
Then they'll have to lodge.
Tomorrow is
No,
not- 1 minute.
then they are not,
Tomorrow they are not there.
then no further construction.
Tomorrow they are not there. Very well, next week I'll fix it.
Any day.
On 16th of May. 16th, Sholo. 16th
But
May
Lordship, could we
2023 at 12.
At 12 or 12 at 12.
Let them give a time. because-
Scorching heat
I
and
know.
12
I
at 12.
Let them give a time because they.
12, 12, 12 by
12,
Lordship.
Time be maintained because it
Lordship.
is about
1
12.
o'clock. What, 12?
Your
or
Lordship,
1?
but 12 1 same.
Could I make one suggestion, Lordship? If it's a weekday, I think if it's at 1:30, we can leave court and vote, and that will be better.
At
1:30
1:30 PM.
1:30, Lordship. That is. And Lordship, let the.
Let the matter, no, not disposed. Let the matter appear in the list on 18th May
Deeply obliged.
2023, marked for orders.
Deeply obliged. Deeply obliged.
Did you file your wakalatnama, private respondent?
এই আপনাকে ওই রিপোর্টটা তো ওটা দিয়ে দিন
No, if you have filed it, then.
সেটা কপি দিয়ে যাবেন এখন আমন্ত্রণ দেবো
No, 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 no. File করেছেন, ওটার কাছে এটা বলে চলবে। No, they are not going to, they said that I'm not going to.
No,
give
no,
you
but
some-
the report actually,
That is with your lordships, I'm also entitled to it.
again, I am snatching it away from my.
I am also snatching it away from my.
Before your lordship rises, my lord.
Yes. Fresh
Well,
report will be given. Don't
well,
worry. You will be there at the time of inspection. You can take your own measurements also.
Before your lordship rises, my lord, item 28 I had mentioned in the afternoon also.
28.
My lord, the interim order is expiring today. my lord.
28.
28.
I am for the corporation.
What is the interim order?
It's going to brief to them.
It was as regards to no coercive steps to be taken in G+3 storied building. my lord. There was an allegation of unauthorized construction in respect of one floor. Your lordship directed that inspection may be carried out. My instruction is that inspection has not been carried out. my lord.
No, inspection has been carried out.
My instruction is that my lord, the instruction has not been carried out.
Brief to them.
Let me see once.
My instruction is inspection has been carried out, my lord. And they have been informed also.
27th of April, date and time of fixing.
Yes, but they didn't come.
Aye.
Come.
No.
You were not there. See, the report is here.
Report.
Inspection is there. Inspection has been done.
It report কোথায়?
Report na, এটা হচ্ছে
Well, it's a notice, my lord. I am not disputing the notice. I am saying that the report.
Where was the inspection conducted?
that I have to take instruction.
He says no.
That is my instruction, my lord. From the petitioner, my lord, he has instructed me that they have waited, but nobody turned up.
Ligin into item number 28. Sudeep Bhattacharya.
Inspection was not done. Sure.
On instruction.
Learned advocate representing the petitioner submits upon instruction that
এরপরেও হয়নি।
the inspection which was scheduled on 27th April 2023 was not conducted by the Howrah Municipal.
Let it be posted after vacation. madam.
Stop. Next. The Howrah Municipal Corporation is directed to proceed with the spot inspection at the earliest. A report of spot inspection be filed before this court on the adjourned date. List on 20th June 2023. Puri. The interim order that is subsisting in the matter is extended till 7th July 2023 or until further order, whichever is earlier.
My lord, my lord.
Only one indulgence, my lord.
The notice of spot inspection dated 18th April 2023 be retained with the records.
My lord, one indulgence, my lord. Since that notice, my lord, the date was earlier fixed, my lord, may a further notice be given so that my client be present, my lord.
If that
It is
I
for
will
the,
A notice
whenever
will
they
be-
feel, my lord.
given to the petitioner clearly mentioning a prior notice of spot inspection shall be given to the petitioner clearly mentioning the date and time of inspection.
And at this conspicuous place, my lord, I think something has happened. Let it be.
Only
written.
one, he is there, there is nobody else.
Yes, private respondent is there.
No.
Thank you.
No private.
It is his property.
As your lordship.
Item 27, বলুন।